points. So, and as I said, please come and talk to us. We're a small team. There's only myself and 3 games analysts in the games team. So we're always happy to chat to you and kind of give you a steer on points. Sometimes it's easier if we just kind of tell you what points you should go for as opposed to you trying to guess. I'm going to skip past these because these are very, very accountant focused. Speak to your accountant about these things. So we are, as I said, we are going through a bit of a transition at the minute. You can claim the new system, VJEC, from any spend from the start of this year. As I said, you can go under the old system all the way if you want, or you can switch to the new one for any spend from 1st of January. So VGTR will be around until 2027. One thing I forgot to point out, actually, that's a big thing, is for VGTR, the one that's currently still there, you can claim on any spend in the EEA. So if you outsource to any countries in the EEA, you can claim on that spend. With VJEC, the new system, you won't be able to do that. So this is why there's kind of like a long transition period. So VGTR is going to be around until 2027. Yeah, so again, if you're not sure where you would fall in this kind of timeline, come and speak to me and I can kind of point you in the right direction. So how do you actually apply for it? Just an online form. Nobody loves filling in forms, but there's quite a lot of money at the end of it if you do. As I said, we're happy to provide advice. Just give us a shout. So it says 18 to 20 week turnaround. That's come down, I would say, to about 12 to 14. But if you need it by a certain date, just give us a shout and we can see what we can accommodate. You can get interim certificate for games in development, final for games that are complete. You can claim on both. You don't need to wait until final. You can claim every year you do your tax returns. There's a few things we need to see: budget, schedule, game design document, stuff that you will already have. But however, we do also have budget templates, schedule templates you're welcome to use. One more thing to point out that we have in the BFI, so this isn't my department, I'm just flagging that it is an option. We have the Global Screen Fund, which my colleague Chris is in charge of. And they have an international business development strand that's open to games companies. It's just about to close, if you see the dates there. It closes on the 28th of June, so you've got a week and a half if you want to apply for that. So that's grants up to £200,000 over a 3-year period. It's not project funding, it's specifically for international business development. So maybe you're planning to break into a new international market or whatever. These are the people to talk to. If you're interested, come and speak to me. I can give you more information on that. And that's it, yeah. So my email address is there. If you're interested in claiming tax relief or you want some more information, please just give me a shout. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stuart. So I would like to now introduce Brett Lusko from Lucid Link. Lucid Link are one of the organizations that have made today possible. And Brett's here to talk about what Lucid Link is and what they do. So give it up for Brett.
Hi everyone, Brett here from Lucid Link. What's Lucid Link, most people ask? We're a remote storage collaboration platform. So storage is never normally the sexy part of the workflow, but we're here to change that. And we look like a hard drive that's in the cloud. You can access it from anywhere, any application. It just really takes all the headaches and all the time wasted out of your workflow. So no uploading, no downloading, just any application anywhere in the world, and you just work directly from it. And I'm not one for public speaking, so I'm not going to bore you. We've got a video from one of our very enthusiastic customers to play, kind of give you an idea of what we do, and let's have a chat in the break, and I'll show you how we can really save you a huge amount of time. And that was short and sweet.
Lucid Link presents Unbound, a series about creatives using Lucid Link to do their best work.
Our creative studio is called Sandwich.
We make commercials. We've launched countless startups that have exploded into giants and skyrocketed brands that are in our daily lives.
A lot of our post team works remotely, or actually from everywhere. So we needed cloud storage that isn't just fast, but real-time fast, and accessible from anywhere.
And that's where Lucid Link comes in.
We tried other ways to collaborate and share media.
But we learned the hard way that those cloud storage platforms weren't built for real-time collaboration. Downloading files, duplicating everything, it wasn't fun.
It sucked.
Lucid Link is different. Our team loved it immediately.
I'm actually connected to our file space right now. It mounts just like a drive. I don't even need to download video files to play them.
This video is about a little box called Play.
A revision?
But we already shipped. I know. Ben, explain yourself.
I just think the final shot needs more flavor. This project is due tomorrow.
Guys, I already rendered a new version.
How is that even possible?
LucidLink. It's a cloud-native shared storage solution with block-based data streaming to optimize on-demand user performance.
Can you say that again in English?
LucidLink. It just works. It just works. I get quick access to all of our stuff anytime, anywhere. So when lightning strikes, I just pop into a project and update it.
And sent.
This is incredible.
How did you do this?
I vote it goes in.
Me too.
Me three. How are we getting these files over to color?
I got this drive. I'll run over there.
And that was the last time we ever heard from Aton.
There he goes.
All you need to do is add the colorist as a collaborator.
Managing permissions on LucidLink is actually super easy. It's secure right out of the box. So I'm just gonna add the colorist back in. Done.
Whoa, the files are just here. Nice.
Hey, has anyone heard from Aton?
Who's Aton?
Wi-Fi out here isn't great, but I needed fresh air. Luckily, I pinned my sequence. That way, I can keep working even with slow internet. Now, I'll just add these 4K graphics in, and the cut is ready to share.
Our creative studio is called Sandwich. We make commercials.
Oh, wow. This is so good, you guys. I love it. No notes.
LucidLink makes all this possible by bringing our whole team together. No matter where we are.
Oh, I just had another idea for this shot.
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Brett, and thank you, LucidLink. So if you'd like to, yeah, round of applause, give it up. If you'd like to hear more about what LucidLink do, Brett is in the crowd, so feel free to kind of scope him out. Sorry if that's, I've put a target on your back now, Brett. So while we've got 3 minutes before our first break, I just thought I'd take this time to talk to you a little bit about Liverpool Game Dev Network. So you can probably tell by the name, it's a networking initiative for the games industry in Liverpool and across Merseyside. We've welcomed hundreds of attendees to our events over the last 2 years since we first started. We run social meetups every month right here in the city centre, as well as frequent networking events across Merseyside, as well as here in the city centre. We've been to Runcorn recently. We had a fantastic event with over, I think, 60 people in Southport, which was amazing to see. And I just want to take this time as well to let you know that we are also running an event next Wednesday on the Albert Docks at the Barclays Eagle Labs. The theme is going to be around mental well-being in the games industry, which I think is a particularly pertinent topic to be talking about, considering the pretty turbulent year or so that the games industry has had, and that's putting it lightly. So yeah, feel free to come on down to that event next Wednesday. It's an evening event. There's food and drink involved, and there are also opportunities to win some tickets to Format Liverpool when it comes to visit. Sorry if I've just spoiled that, Simran, but and then yeah, feel free to look us up on LinkedIn, Liverpool Game Dev Network. We're also on Discord. You can also feel free to reach out to me personally. My name's just Marek Smagala, pretty much everywhere. And yeah, if you'd like to talk to me about LGDN or about music composition, feel free to pick me up on it anytime during any of these breaks. Great. So I kind of pride myself on running a very tight ship with these sorts of events. So when the half-an-hour break is over, I don't care if you're doing a business deal, if you're telling an amazing joke, an amazing story, I'm going to interrupt you and then very politely ask you to come and sit back down, focus our attention back to the stage, and give our amazing speakers the full attention they deserve. So we'll take a quick 30 minutes now, and I'll see you at 6? Yeah, 6. All right, cheers.
Oh, man. Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was taking any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that realization of, maybe this transcends a hobby for me and I could see this as being something I do for a living. I'd love to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of role I would be suited to or what roles were out there. So I decided that after I finished my degree, I would try and find a job within the games industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I found a job as a QA, and I was just so ecstatic to be there. I was so happy to be included in the industry and to have finally made it. And then about just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I was testing. And I was like, sure, yeah, I'd love to try. And I did a dry run and that went well. And then I got offered a position. And I am just so grateful and so happy and just beyond incomprehensible that people would have that faith and that belief in me. And yeah, I love it. I'd say I'm worried. I'm really worried that I am not learning fast enough, that there's too many gaps in my knowledge, I am not doing good enough, and that I will eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. And I thought that maybe this imposter syndrome would get better over time and I would not be so worried. But actually what happened was I just had ammunition to feed it. And it would be like, do you remember that thing you did 6 months ago? Useless. The worst thing. And it's like the backseat driver from hell. So, yeah, I was having a conversation with some colleagues. And yeah, I just overthink. I've always been an overthinker, and I'm hoping this is relatable. And I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice, just for once, to roll over and go to sleep at night and not have to overthink every possibly inconceivably wrong thing you did in a day? Right? So I was having a conversation with some colleagues about my overthinking and my worry. And one of them turns to me and says, "Have you tried exercise?" 1, rude. Clearly, I'm the peak of physical fitness. I'm the one on the left. And 2, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. I have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty insistent that it helps their brain and like it's good for them and to stop this unhelpful thinking. And I was like, okay. So I rejoined the gym. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times over the years, starting from when I was about 12 and could choose it as an elective during Friday's PE session. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of 1. In theory. So I'm back at the gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I am reminded exactly why I cancelled all those times. It's loud, it's crowded, it's got weird lighting, and people are hissing. Why are people hissing? What about heavy objects turns you into a snake? I really need to know. And I'm not only overthinking, but I'm now not only just overthinking about how I'm not good enough, but how my body is not good enough, and how the person on the treadmill next to me keeps staring over at me, worried I'm going to keel over with the amount I'm wheezing. So I'm thinking I'm never going to go back. This is awful. That is until I get to this machine. This is the Concept 2 rowing ergometer, or ROERG. I hardly know erg. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully. To the bottom, doesn't float, don't try it. Yeah, so it's at this point I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So if the guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. I'll ask someone. I don't have a rowing machine, but I wouldn't mind a show of hands if you've ever used one of these machines or anything like it. Cool, great. Now keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these machines. Okay, cool. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to get points and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or you'll lose points. You row to go up, you stop rowing to go down, and you have 4 minutes to get the best score you can. And I am at this workout from hell, and I'm playing this fish game, and I'm no longer thinking I am not good enough. I'm thinking about how in all the times I have stopped and started going to the gym, I've always managed to pick up the fish game. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms, like across the country, like even in England as well. And this has always been there, but I never see anyone else play it, and I've never heard anyone talk about it. So I started to wonder, like, if anyone knew any more about it. So I did what anyone would do. I took to the internet. And I actually couldn't find all that much about it online. Through scouring through some old manuals for these machines, I discovered that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model, which was released in 2003, which actually makes the fish game 20 years old this year. Amazing. Happy 20th anniversary, fish game. Woo! Yeah. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I really did not. But yeah, I couldn't find much more about it, and I was still really curious. So I took the next step, and I contacted customer services. Yes, I really did this. Because I wanted to know who developed it. Was it in-house? Was it external? Like, could they tell me anything else about it? And I didn't expect a reply, but I did get one by the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their engineers called John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the photo they posted on his retirement. Isn't he dapper? What guy? But yeah, as for more details, the links that Nathan sent were just things I'd already found. But I was curious about that high score, because I'm not competitive in the slightest, but I must beat it. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew if John had ever created any other games. And Nathan told me that To their knowledge, John never created any other games. And also his score is 3,240. That's a bit of a comparison. That's my high score, so practically there. I'm like this close. But yeah, I did try and see if I could hunt down John Williams online, see if he had any kind of social media presence. But with a name like John Williams, I didn't have much luck. So I didn't really want to bother Nathan with it, especially since John's retired. So let's just all hope that he's just gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game, and maybe I was just given 10 minutes and a captive audience and allowed to speak about whatever I wanted, suckers! No, I do have a point. The point is, the fish game's flawed. For one thing, half the people, or more than half the people who've ever used those machines, didn't even know of its existence. The other thing is, it doesn't take into account the 10 different resistance settings, so someone could be breaking their back, sweating, pushing all their willpower into it, and the person next to them is just rowing merrily along, getting the same score. And I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that people will not care so much about the imperfections in my work, will not care that I'm learning by doing, just as John did. So what I would like to ask all of you is to go out there, is to one, be kinder to yourselves, please, and two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that inspires you, maybe isn't the most genre redefining piece of work, isn't well renowned, but lives in the recesses of your brain as something that you hold with a fondness that impacted you in some way. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really excited to be here today. So I thought I'll start by just kind of giving you a bit of an intro to who I am. So I started in the video game and entertainment space back in 2011. So I initially started to work for 2 different media agencies. So, but they specialise within the video game sector. So some of the clients that I worked with, just to sort of name a few, so I worked with Bethesda, Activision, Nintendo, Konami, Codemasters, which some of you might remember as well. They're still alive somewhere. You know, I was there for a few years, and then I decided that, you know, the gaming industry I was kind of done with the gaming industry, and I wanted to sort of move on and try something different. So I worked for a company called DAZN, which some of you might be familiar with. They're like a sports streaming platform, kind of like the Netflix of sport. So I did that, but you know what, after like a year or so, I just really missed gaming. I wanted to sort of get back into the gaming sphere. So I joined Square Enix. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. So I ran all their marketing campaigns sort of bottom up. And then I left Square Enix after sort of 4.5 years. I joined Take-Two Interactive, and I was part of the 2K brand. So I did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only actually been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So if you do have any questions, just go easy on me. I don't have all the stats. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. So next I've got a little 30-second sizzle reel just to kind of give you a bit of an intro to who Green Man Gaming are, and then I can sort of deep dive into a bit more about what we do. That should have sound. I'll let it play. I promise it's got a cool soundtrack, but maybe I'll send it to you guys at another point. I could do a little theme tune now if I wanted to, but I might avoid that. Right. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware, Green Man Gaming is an e-commerce and technology business, and we sort of specialise in the sort of the video game industry. So it was founded by Paul Sullock back in 2010, and we're actually made up of sort of three main divisions. So we have publishing. So this is the department that I work in, and what we do is we work with independent studios. So this is like globally, and what we do is effectively sort of bring their games to the masses. So what we do is we help them with their marketing, with their PR. We also help them with social, community. We also work with sort of various influencers as well, and also within trade marketing as well. We then have our retailer side. So this is essentially our sort of our bread and butter. You know, we work with, well, we're in 195 different countries, and we stock sort of various different games. There's about sort of 10,000 multi-platform games at really competitive prices. So definitely worth checking out if you're not aware of them, if you're not aware of us, sorry. And then we also have the distribution side as well. So what we do is we act as a third-party distributor with studios, and what we do is we help promote their games on behalf of them. So we work with 150 different retailers across all major territories. So anyway, that's a bit about us. But what I wanted to do is talk to you more about sort of the publishing side and sort of how we can help as well. So, you know, some of you might be sitting in the audience, you know, you might be working for a small indie, or, you know, you might be an individual yourself, and, you know, you might be creating your own game. So with that, you know, there are certain things that you would need to account for if you haven't done so already. So it's all about sort of getting your house in order. And kind of what I mean by that, it's having a plan. So you have to look at, you know, what sort of game are you building here? You know, how long do you think it will take you to sort of finish that game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? You know, what are those milestones, you know, that you would need to sort of finish that game? Also, you know, how will you fund your company? You know, how will you pay for your staff? You know, how will you pay for the equipment? How will you run the company? You know, if you have an office space. And then that kind of goes on to talk about the sort of the development side as well. You know, how we pay for the studio, the tech, all the equipment that you think that you would need to sort of build that game. And then, you know, you might have created this amazing sort of passion project of yours that you've been thinking about for years. But then, you know, that's all sort of the fun part. But then, how do you then reach that audience that you're trying to market to? You know, how do you sort of sell into that audience? And then from that, you look at the distribution side. So, you know, how do you make sure you've got the max amount of eyeballs, you know, people that are viewing your game, you know, that you want maximum support from them? How do you make sure that it's listed perfectly and, you know, easily downloadable? And then finally, then you look at, so what is the future of your company or the studio? You know, are you looking at a V2 within sort of 12 months from then? Are you looking at certain DLC? Are you looking to build an MTX model? Because, you know, with every start, there's an end. So you'd always have to sort of build some sort of contingency plan to make sure that you sort of, that you know, support the rest of the company's future. So that's kind of like where sort of my team come in and where we can sort of help. So from the publishing side, you know, we help from funding. So we help with the development, the support, the distribution as well, which I just sort of spoke about, but also everything to do with marketing. So all the different strands, all different disciplines within marketing. So PR, influencers, trade, etc. And then we look at partnerships as well. So the partners that we work with, obviously first party, so like PlayStation and Xbox, but also third parties as well. So this could be hardware brands like, I don't know, HyperX or Logitech, just to kind of give you some examples. And then what we do is we help at sort of different stages. So if you look at the pre-launch phase, so like I said, we help with the funding, the localization, but also the Q&A, really helping with the awareness and then executing on that as well from a PR and marketing community point of view. And then when we're into our launch phase as well, that's kind of where we really help within retail distribution management. You know, we look at the placement and the listings. We help with the pre-orders, so it's really important that, you know, there are a decent amount of pre-orders or the wish lists are there as well, but also the pricing model as well. You know, are you pricing yourselves too highly, or are you sort of undercutting yourself? And then also helping with sort of trade marketing and affiliates and social media as well. And then when you get to your sort of the post-launch phase, it's all about sort of retail channel management planning. And also promotional sales as well. So there are various sales that happen throughout the year, which sales you want to be a part of, which ones don't you want to be, how do you price yourself so that you're competitive as well. But I think, anecdotally, for a publisher, it's okay that you want some of this, but you might not need all of it. But I think one thing to sort of take away from this is that third-party distribution is really key here. So, you might have your game on Steam and it might be doing really well, but third-party distribution can really add sort of 20 to 30% incremental sales to your current sell-through. So just something for you to be aware of. And that's kind of everything from me. So I'm happy to take any questions. If not, hit me at the bar. I will be wearing some sort of tag, but yeah, or feel free to email me. Thank you.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You weren't warned about the interruption, I guess. Sorry, that was really loud. All right, I'll do a mic check next time. So great. Yes, moving swiftly on. I hope you had some good chats. And in half an hour from now, we're going to have an hour-long break where if your ticket entitles you to food, you can get food in that room over there. So yes, I'd just like to now introduce Josh Garrity. So Josh has been working in the video games industry since 2015, specializing in product management and business development. Josh is known for his expertise in identifying and signing promising game projects as the head game scout at Secret Mode. So let's all give a nice warm round of applause for Josh.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joshua Garrity, head game scout at Secret Mode, and today I'm going to be talking to you all about Secret Mode, what we're about, and what we're looking for from external development partners. So first of all, who am I? I've already had a bit of an intro, so I can maybe skip some of this to save on time. But beyond the kind of my time in the industry and where I've been seated in business development, I've also worked at Team 17 as a senior game scout and as an acquisition manager at Fireshine. At the time were called Sold Out. And I've signed games such as Core Keeper and Shadows of Doubt, both of which are exiting early access at some point this year. Yay! And many more titles beyond that. Who are Secret Mode? Secret Mode are a publisher. I can't talk all of a sudden. Are a publisher who are part of Sumo Group. So because of that, we're a publisher that kind of wears two hats. We are obviously responsible for the internally developed IP by the various Sumo Group development studios, but we also work with external development partners. We're a team with years of experience. We've got folks who have worked at Sega Europe and Creative Assembly and many other esteemed developers and publishers. And we're based in Royal Leamington Spa. Here are some of the games that we've worked on or are currently working on. Still Wakes the Deep launched earlier this week. It's going very well, by the way. And that was developed by the Chinese Room. It's a horror game set on an oil rig. There's A Little to the Left, which is a puzzle game about arranging objects, developed by Max Inferno. That has reached over 2 million players, which we're hugely proud of Max Inferno for reaching that goal. And then we've got Parcel Corps from Billy Goat, which is basically that Joseph Gordon-Levitt film Premium Rush crossed with Crazy Taxi. And that's launching September of this year. What do we provide? So Secret Mode has a staff of roughly 40-odd people. I would say around a third of that is dedicated to various marketing roles. So that breaks down into product marketing managers. Product marketing managers are the point of contact for all our development partners on all things marketing, the marketing plan, etc., etc. There's the PR team. The PR team are responsible, obviously, for outreach of the press and influencers, but also working with the commercial team to secure more opportunistic activity like Wholesome Directs, Nintendo Directs, Xbox showcases, etc. We have community managers who are responsible for our Discord channels, TikTok, etc. We've got a production team, so any development partners would be assigned a producer. That would be their point of contact for all things milestone related. We have an internal QA team, so development partners would be assigned a QA lead for the project. who would also work alongside external QA teams. We're big believers in QAing projects throughout the life cycle of the title and not just at the very end, and providing qualitative feedback, not just technical feedback, throughout the development process. What are we looking for from external development partners? So we have 4 strategic pillars. First one is narrative. Still Wakes the Deep is a really good example of this. But we're also interested in games that use narrative to elevate games that are otherwise more mechanically focused. So Hades is a really good example of that. It's in a genre that before Hades' release was very much laser targeted at quite a niche audience, but because it used characters to kind of elevate the experience and bring in an audience that usually wasn't interested in roguelikes, it reached a broader audience. So we're very much interested in games that use writing, use characterization to elevate genres that are not necessarily strictly narrative focused. We're interested in strategy games. This is mainly informed by the experience of the team. I mentioned before we have ex-Sega Europe, Creative Assembly people who make up the team at Secret Mode. Very much a case of kind of leaning into what we know, leaning into the experience of the team. This is the genre that's kind of know it when you see it, but kind of vaguely defined. But we're interested in wholesome games, mainly because, I'll be frank, we've had a lot of success in that space. A Little to the Left, which I already mentioned, but also Wobble Dogs are some of our biggest success stories in our catalogue. And it's very much a case of we've had success in this area, we've built a community in this area, why not lean into that? And then lastly, because every publisher is looking for games in this space, we are after multiplayer games, co-op games, small-scale competitive games. But I will say that Secret Mode has framed it in the correct way. It's not a binary thing for us where everything needs to be multiplayer. We believe, you know, these games are community drivers. They're good to have in your catalog to draw people to your channels, to TikTok, to Discord. And it's very much a case of a high tide floats all boats, right? If we have a multiplayer game that succeeds, it's going to draw more attention to our single player catalog. There is a secret 5th category, which is I really like it and I don't care what anyone else at Secret Mode thinks. Basically, I'm just trying to say, if you've got something that falls outside of those strategic pillars, I'm still very much willing to take a look. And if I don't feel like it has a chance, I will just tell you in that first meeting. I'm not going to waste your time. But sometimes I see something special and I decide to become a dog with a bone about it, and I will push it forward. So please just talk to me regardless. I will be honest with you if it's not going to work, but I'm excited to see anything. Yeah, so now I want to give you a little bit of transparency on the greenlight process. So the first wall is me. I look at your pitch, I talk to your team, and it's very much a gut reaction. Do I believe in this project? Do I believe in you folks? If I do, then I will take it to the commercial team. Then we have a more kind of high-level strategic discussion about the opportunity and where it fits in with the rest of the catalog. And if we feel like it works, then we take it to project group review, which is essentially the 2 minutes. Great, cool. It's just essentially us selling the rest of the Secret Mode team on the project to activate more formal due diligence. So the production team will want to talk to the team about your processes and your tool set. The commercial and finance team will do a forecast and a competitor analysis, and the marketing team will come up with a loose marketing plan. And if we're all feeling confident, we push it to the final greenlight meeting. I made that sound super fast. In reality, it can take time and it varies based on project. So if you're going to be pitching to publishers, just be aware of that and be in for a long battle. Where do we find your games? I do a little bit of panning for gold, so places like TigSource Forum or Reddit. I used to say Twitter, not anymore. Setting up your game on Steam is great, just to demonstrate whether there's interest from the community, and frankly, just to demonstrate your business sense about what you're prioritizing and things like that. It's always good to get the ball rolling on that front. And then various events like Gamescom, the big stuff like GDC, but also more kind of grassroots stuff like here, Develop and Gameo and various others. I'm not going to go through this point by point because I've run out of time. But I made a list here of what I think are things that you need initially when pitching to publishers, stuff that you will eventually need when you get later on in the greenlight process, and then the things that will take you above and beyond. Like, not everyone's going to have it, but if you do have it, thumbs up. So please take a picture of this slide and ask me about it after this talk if you want further information. But that's it. Thank you for listening. There's my email address. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Josh. So before I invite our next speaker up, I'd just like to say a quick thank you to some of the sponsors of tonight's event. Red Rover Interactive, No More Robots, and Pocket Sized Hands as well. All the sponsors tonight will receive their flowers at some point. I'm just going to intersperse you as the night goes on. So yes, our next speaker is Lauren Hunter from Square Enix Collective. Lauren is a passionate gamer and producer at Square Enix Collective. She sports her job as one big management sim game and is passionate about supporting diverse teams and fostering healthy work environments. At Square Enix Collective, Lauren plays a pivotal role in investing in indie teams and ensuring their games reach a global audience seamlessly. So let's give it up for Lauren.
It's not normal for me to have to pull one of these mics down, actually. That's cool. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back. I was here last year giving another talk about dev teams working with publishers. I hope to share some new insights from what we've learned working with our indie devs with you guys today. So this is a bit of a clickbait title, but essentially I'm going to be talking about how to pick a publisher. So who am I? Well, I'm Lauren. I'm a producer on the Collective team at Square Enix. I started in the games industry as an intern in an indie studio in 2016 and trained on the job with no formal education in the games industry and actually really no idea that I could ever even get a job or there were jobs in the games industry before I started interning at a studio. In 2019, I joined the Square Enix Collective to sort of in the hopes of bridging the gap between indie devs and big publishers, and I've been there ever since. What is Square Enix Collective? Well, Josh just gave you a fantastic rundown of exactly what a publisher does. That's essentially what we do as well, so I won't go into details, but we do that at Square Enix as well. And yeah, into the talk. So I want to add a couple of caveats before I get into the meat of this, because this is really just from our perspective of our team and our personal history working at various different publishers or different studios, and it might not be applicable to all publishers or all investors. There are obviously other options for funding, like investments, grants, things, or you might not even need any funding and you just need release support, marketing. But I'm hoping that some of this will still be helpful to you guys anyway. The key really is to try and understand what your team needs to get your game out of the door and what the publisher is looking at from you as well. I'm also not going to give you any advice on how to make a pitch deck today. There are so many resources available online already, and many people are actively giving talks about how to pitch to publishers and what publishers want. So you can defer to their experience on that. So in the first instance, what are publishers looking at? Okay, what is a publisher and where do you even find one? Well, you can find publishers at pitching events, Gamescom, Develop, GDC, Games Talk Live. You can find publishers here. We're alive and well, unfortunately, even though I guess the games industry at large is like, we're the bad guys, goddamn publishers, ruining games. You can also find them on digital platforms. So they connect developers of all different sizes with publishers globally. For example, websites like Meet to Match or Exola are great to direct your game's attention to publishers who are actively looking for new investments. You could also work with an agency or an agent. What they'll do is they'll shop your pitch around for you using their network of contacts to champion your game personally and put it like right in front of people as well. Also word of mouth, simple but effective. You can use social media, places like the games industry Slack, or advocacy groups like Women in Games. Unfortunately, nepotism is alive and well in the games industry. Some people automatically have access to those conversations, those rooms, and other people do not. So please remember to make use of all the resources available to get your name on lists and get your foot indoors. So the pitching process, this is kind of where it will all begin, where your game will be put in front of a potential investor or publisher, and they will start reviewing it from there. So in the first instance, what you really want to do is be clear on the process. So ask for details of that publisher's process. Who will be looking at your game and your team from the publisher, and what metrics are they using to evaluate your game internally? Like, how long does that process take? If you know the timeline that each partner is working to, you're going to be able to set expectations with all of them when you're in your decision-making phase. So everyone's on the same page, and we love that. Can this potential partner even offer you the support that you need, not only to get your game past the finish line of development, but also you're supporting your title to succeed? How big is the team on the publisher's end, and who will be working on the game on their side? How exactly are they planning to recoup, and what do they take on as publishers' cost? These are all awkward, difficult questions, but I promise you will feel much better about making a decision between potential partners if you have answers to all of them in the first instance. Make sure you understand what the next steps are for their evaluation. Do they need more information from you in order to make a decision? And what do you need to prepare in order to proceed? I mentioned in previous talks that I did that working with publishers means there is a lot more work to get the game to market that is not working on the game, but it's all really important. So making time to understand exactly what it is you need to do is key here. And this should go without saying, but I have actually seen this a couple of times and it hurts my heart. Please do not, without any kind of legal agreement or written agreement, make any financial commitments without that on paper. Look after yourselves. Even the best intentions can come undone in the face of unexpected circumstances. So yeah, take care. It's also a good point to mention that having a legal counsel and someone in your corner in that respect is really, really handy to have. So what are publishers looking at? Outside of your game, because that's what it's all about, publishers are looking at lots of factors. Whether the game is good or not doesn't sometimes even come into question. Every single game that gets brought to me in a meeting is good. Like if I'm having a meeting with a team, it means we like the game. It means we see something in it. It means we're enjoying it. This isn't about whether your game is good or not. This is about everything else. So the first thing being market opportunity. Is the game going to stand out to players if it's occupying a popular and well-served genre? If it's an off-the-wall kind, can it even connect to players? What will encourage them to click on that thumbnail in the store page out of every single other game? What is the market opportunity in general? And publishers will often be using market intelligence and data available in order to make these decisions. The other thing is, how big is the risk versus the reward? Is the investment large or small? If it's a smaller investment, it might be less risky, but it might not be likely to do much more than recoup. Some publishers are looking to triple, quadruple their investment. So that's another thing that they'll be seeing if it's going to line up on paper. And of course, publishers and investors have different budget expectations. This is not only the development budget that you're asking for your team to finish the game, but also the costs that the publisher usually fronts. So we're talking marketing, QA, localization, porting as well. These can all drastically change the risk and opportunity for your publishing partner, and they are things that they are weighing. Some titles might have a relatively low development cost because the team is very small, or perhaps the team is based in a region in which the development costs are very low, but the type of the game might require an enormous amount of QA or an enormous amount of localization that changes the overall cost of it for the publisher. At some stage in the process of signing, there'll also be a due diligence phase where the publisher will perform that audit to try and closely capture the details of the development plan. You'll need to prepare documentation for this phase because it allows the publisher to reduce the risk and prepare for any hurdles or use their experience to help you overcome challenges that they might have seen on another title. And if they identify some challenges that they have not been able to overcome or that are costly or time-consuming or will drastically change the course of your development, this is another decision-making point and something that they'll be looking at. The bigger picture here, outside of the circumstances of your specific game and your team and your plan and what you need to succeed, it is true that there will always be factors outside of your control that could affect the outcome of any discussion that you're having. So, does your title fit into the publisher's back catalog? Some teams curate a specific type of game, and it makes sense for both you and them to go for a partnership where you can make the most out of everyone's experience. If it's a specific genre, the players know and trust the name of the publisher to go to for games that they enjoy and that are of high quality. And it makes sense for you to court a relationship with a publisher that does that as well. The team might have a specific roadmap or internal goals that they're trying to reach within their business. For example, needing a title to release within a certain financial window or wanting to sign a game that has a long post-launch phase. Things are less certain than ever, especially in the AAA segment of the industry, and it does have a knock-on effect for indie developers and publishing teams. There may be an absence of opportunities due to structural changes or a potential partner has made, or you might be up against a lot more competition because there is less available funding. In general, it does seem like there's more of an aversion to risk as well, which means the criteria for getting those signings is a lot more tighter for publishing teams, where previously there was more of an appetite for risk. Now, streams of revenue that were previously there to support riskier decisions might have dried up, so they're looking for more sure bets. Data as well is being used more than ever to support business cases for potential titles. In an effort to be as sure as possible that investing in a team will net good results, decisions are much more likely these days to be affected by what market intelligence and what data analysis has been done than that gut feeling of, we think this is a good thing, we think players are going to really like this. I have a trauma response to that beep. I will almost wrap it up. I hate it. To cap it all off anyway, when you're entering discussions or negotiations with the potential partners or investors for your studio, you're going to want to fully understand what resources your game needs to become a reality and what your studio needs to thrive. Do not be afraid to push back and negotiate. Both parties have the same goal to have a successful launch, and a potential partner should be listening to what your concerns are and making sure all your boxes are ticked. Make no financial commitments without confirmations in writing, or even better, a legal agreement. Please don't do this. It's really upsetting when this happens and people get let down. There will be factors outside of your control that will change how your title is perceived. So stay up to date on trends, news, and respond, and hopefully you'll be able to flex your plans and goals appropriately. And the last thing is really just listen to your peers across the industry. Keep an eye on the news. Use as much information as you can to support your decision. Utilize mentorships, startup cohorts. There are advisors around that can help you here as well. Just have someone in your corner sense checking you and helping you get your foot up and get in the right place. Thanks very much. I'm here by myself tonight, so please come and talk to me. Even if you're not looking for a publishing agreement, I'd love to hear what you guys are up to. Also, I'm really addicted to Final Fantasy XIV at the moment, so if anyone wants to come and talk to me about Final Fantasy XIV, I want to talk about that because I just finished Stormblood. Thanks a lot, bye!
Thank you very much, Lauren. That was really, really awesome. So up next, I'd like to invite Neil Palmer from Escape Technology, just to talk to you a little bit about what Escape Tech is and does, and they're also one of the sponsors of tonight's event. So let's give it up for Neil.
I'm just going to say this is great to be back in Liverpool. What an amazing city. It's fantastic. So most of you know me out there. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. So a lot of people know me already. For those who don't, I'm Neil Palmer from Escape. We are a tech company. We were formed over 10 years ago Previously, we were known as Escape Studios, the company that brought, I guess, professional training to the VFX world, training a lot of people into the film industry. And that kind of business grew arms and legs. Tech started being part of the training process. A lot of our clients from the film industry will basically say, hey guys, we need some help about our infrastructure and so forth. And we thought, crikey, this is quite a good piece of little business here. So all of a sudden, the tech side started growing. We did split. We sold off Escape Studios. That is now our client, a bit strange. And we are now part of a very large group called the Boston Group. And so Escape Tech continuously thrives. We're based in London, also offices in Munich and also High Wycombe. And all of us are ex-industry. So if you want to talk about workflows, pipelines, and all that kind of stuff, talk to us. We are not just a supplier of technology. When I say technology, yes, we essentially, it's licenses and hardware and all that kind of stuff. But we really do want to engage with our customers. That's the key thing here. We're super passionate about who we work with and how we work with these people, you people out there. Short video here, we're going to show you, just give you a little bit of insight on what we do. So gives you a bit of insight of what we do over at Escape. I've personally been working within the games industry for over 30 years, hence the grey hairs. I'm surprised it's still there, actually. And I just can't get out of it. I'm in it, and it's here for life. It's in my DNA to be making sure that I can help studios, help sectors grow. I want to see Liverpool back on the map. It's already growing rapidly, like other cities, etc. I want to make it a personal mission to make sure that I'm here for the studios, the companies there for the studios too. We use lots of technology partners like Lucid Link, introduce them to our world, my second family. And we also work with organizations like the Format Group. What an amazing platform to get our business out to market. So look, I'm here for a while. Give me a shout, talk to me. Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil. So we are just about to break for a food break. So we've got an hour now of networking and mingling, etc. The food will be out in a few minutes, I've been told. It's not out just yet. You can get food if your ticket entitles you to food, so just double check that before you go in. And then in an hour's time, we're going to have talks from Tony, from Director of Ant Workshop, Managing Director of Ant Workshop, Nick, who's the director and founder of Badgerhammer, as well as Simran, who's the founder of Format and Format Group. And then later on as well, stick around at the very end for our keynote talk from Dan Pinchbeck, who is co-founder of the Chinese Room. And he's got a fantastic talk as well. So it's worth sticking around for the whole event. All right, yeah, see you guys in an hour.
thank you for staying late and tuning in. And one thing I wanted to do, because this is going to be on the internet for the future, is to speak to people in the future and say, if you're in the future, did I buy the Vision Pro and do I like it? And how's that new Switch? It's very interesting. But a bit about me. I'm Ian. I'm our program manager. I was a freelance games journalist back in the 90s. I got scared when the dot-com bubble burst and went and got a proper job. And I'm here today to tell you to never get scared and not get a proper job. Get a real job. Has to be a real job, but don't get a proper job. I joined Double 11 in 2019. I tried to be a producer, and they were like, "You're not a producer. Tightening up the graphics on level 3 isn't a real thing, Ian, but we might need you." And so I manage our partnerships and comms. The story so far for Double 11, we've been around, like I say, about 13 years. So 2009, Lee founds a studio in his loft with some mates. He's been in the industry a long time. And then we bring some people on. Some people come, some people go. Some of them go off and start cool new things, which is really awesome. But over those years, we thought that there should be a kinder and like a nicer and better way of doing it. And that's what we've been trying to do through all of that time. And we've been trying to do that with lots of people, some of whom are in this room, which is quite exciting. Hearing Frozen Synapse being mentioned earlier on was cool. So we are predominantly a work-for-hire studio, working with all these kinds of studios. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is about partnerships and what a partnership means to us. And it's sort of baked into the origin story of the studio. Like Lee could not have stood up one day and decided to go and found his own studio on his own and just go and do stuff on his own. Like the myth of the solo dev, like well-trod tale, but in reality, it never really happens. There's always someone else around. And so for us, like, partnership is integral to the business as a work-for-hire studio. We always want to find new partners to work with and new people to work with. And when you think about it, when you're playing games, you are inherently always with others. There's always a partnership. Even if you're playing a single-player game, you are engaging in play with the people that made that. All the developers, all the designers, the programmers, audio people, like everyone who was involved in making that game and bringing it to your screen, you're kind of playing along with them. And games are filled with partnerships. Like they're also embodied, in the content themselves, like from Jack and Daxter and Bob and Bob and Mario and Luigi and Tails and Sonic and Ratchet and Clank and the Chief and Cortana, who made me cry at the end of Halo 4, and Zelda and Link and Billy and Jimmy Lee, who on reflection are a bad example here because at the end of Double Dragon, they fight to the death over a woman. That's not aged very well. So core beliefs, not to do with that. We believe as a studio, and this bleeds into like everything we do, including who we choose to partner with and how we engage as partners. We believe that work-life balance should exist. That's why Lee founded the studio. He wasn't spending enough time with his family. He sort of wanted to and felt that was important. We'll avoid crunch. We'll try and be real and transparent about timescales with people, with partners, with people on the team, so that we can avoid kind of the hellscape nightmare that I think a lot of people have lived through. And that's not to say it's never happened, but we always try really hard to avoid it. And our plans have become longer term over time. Like we try and plan for the studio to be around for a long time. We try and talk to partners about being here 10 years from now. Like nobody knows exactly what kind of game is going to be the next big thing, but like we're trying to take decisions and plan to keep the studio and keep the wheels on and make sure that like we're financially secure and that we can afford to pay people, and there's never that kind of like junk game dev job that I think junky game dev that we talked about earlier. And that we feel like partners should be treated fairly, and that's really important. And that it's very unfortunate that having done this in Google Docs and then exporting it, the line appears to have been drawn through the word fairly there, but I promise you on my screen it was underneath. So I'm going to share some things we've learned. I've learned a new thing tonight about preparing things in PowerPoint. And this isn't a list of things that have gone perfectly. These are my observations, and you're very free to disagree with them and should. And I want to talk to people who disagree or go, that's bullshit, Ian, or whatever. But the first thing I think that's important when you're starting a partnership is the basics, right? It's like starting with really basic things. So that's about going into it open. So like starting with the basics makes you sound a little bit 12th Doctor, and I'm just going to lean into it. But like always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind is a really, really important thing. When you're starting a new partnership, it can be very easy to go into it and go, well, we won't talk about that now because it might upset them or whatever. And actually you're just creating problems for later. So really start really open, solve problems with data and unconditional love, and you won't go far wrong. And similarly, you need to think about your logistics. If you're a small team starting out, maybe you're all remote, maybe some of you are in a different country, You got to think about things like, where is the data going? Where is stuff being stored? If you've got someone who sometimes works from Portugal for a few months a year, are you exporting data into a country? All that sort of logistical kind of noodly detailed nuanced stuff that you only really learn by going wrong once. And that dovetails nicely into the legal stuff as well. Like, is it okay to transport stuff about? Do you need a separate network? Do you need separate machines? Do you conflict or partners that maybe other partners don't like for real reasons, or made up ones? The made up ones are much worse and harder to get past. And then make a plan. Have you got a plan? Is it a good plan? How long do you look at the plan? How often do you look at the plan? Is it over there? Is it active? Have you got risk blocks? Things like that. These are all the basics. These are table stakes. You got to have this set, like, nailed and really good. And then once you've got things like that, then you can worry about things like communication, because I love, I'm an old school Prince 2 project manager, and I love processes that are like quite old fashioned for stuff. There's a really good one called 5 Whys. And as I've conducted 5 Whys processes when things have gone wrong over the years, the thing I really found most often is when something goes wrong, it's down to communication. Someone somewhere didn't know something. So make sure you set up your comms channels nice and early, and make sure they're working and they're robust, whether it's Teams or Slack or WhatsApp or whatever it is. Like, be very active and communicative, and you're going to want to talk a lot early on. Your partners also are going to be unprepared for how much you will slow them down and how much they will slow you down. And that's natural. You're starting a relationship. You don't know you all very well yet. Like, it's good to talk and over communicate a little bit and find out what the rhythms are that they work in. Are they on a different time zone to you? All those sorts of things. And then it's also a really good idea to find out what reporting you're going to do and what they need, right? Because it's easy to just prepare a weekly report that nobody looks at, or easy to prepare like a monthly report or whatever. But find out what they actually want by talking to them and asking them what they need to see. Then you'll get it much easier for you to ask for things later, because you went to the trouble of asking them what they wanted and what they needed to see. And then this one's quite hard in a kind of post-COVID emerging economic nightmare hellscape. But if you can, meet in person as often as you can, like hang out with each other. And when you're doing that, like, try and set goals for hanging out and spending time together that aren't just deliverables for the project. So don't go, right, we're all remote, we're going to get together for a week and we're going to bash out this major key deliverable that we need. Make sure you build time into that time together for things that aren't just deliverables. Like, set goals for people to work together on things that they can definitely achieve and that will make them feel good about working together. This is where like icebreaker and team building activities come from, right? It's a really good idea to do that. And then when you finish that meeting, make sure you finish by planning your next one so that you can get together again in future, because it's really helpful. And lastly, I think be opinionated about what you're doing, because you've been brought onto a project for your capability and for your knowledge. So establish some areas of ownership up front and know what's good. So if you're like, we're a technically led studio historically, so that means, you know, we'll come on with like quite a strong opinion about some of the technical aspects of the project, but maybe on the design or the art stuff, we need to listen a little bit more. And again, like if you can bring your opinion more strongly up front, you've never got that situation later on where someone goes, well, I knew it wouldn't work. It's like, well, why weren't you talking about it at the time? There's a nice way to talk about it. And cross-pollinate and understand their problems and their challenges where you can. There's a sort of business min-max kind of approach to things that tells you that like you mustn't understand the other bits, you just focus on your bit. But I think that makes things a bit soulless. If you can understand other people's problems, you can at least empathize and maybe you can help. And ask for opinions in return when you're giving yours, because then that way you're creating a nice loop between you all where everyone's free to share opinions and talk about what's going on. And I will end on the note, which is, remember that it's fun. Like, we're manufacturing fun, we're making fun. This process should be fun. If it's not fun too many days in a row, stop and make some time to talk about why it's not fun. That's not wasted time. That is the work. You know, spending time talking to each other and making things better, that is the job. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, what I'm looking at doing is kind of going out and talking about our sort of studio experience and trying to get everyone to think from a different perspective, kind of like a video game detective. It's kind of like balancing up evidence to sort of justify how you accelerate your studio, whether it's things that you want, things that you need, things you really don't want, things you super need. And that's kind of what let's talk about. Whoa, there we go. Okay, cool. Yes, so I'm human. But I started out at Abertay and just kind of came out into the sort of games industry and was currently closing up a little bit. I did some animation work and that kind of studio just kind of imploded. And then I went off and I worked at a bunch of other sort of, let's say, junky studios, because it was like, you getting paid, sometimes you don't get paid. And it was, yeah, a bit garbo. So then I started out sort of building my own sort of game studio. Here's all the problems with me. Make note. They recently changed Daddy Halo from the Lucozade bottle to Starfield. Not acceptable. Cool. Yeah. So a bit about Astro Dreamer Studio. So we've been working on, for the last 2 years, on a series of titles. So we've been working on A Bonnie Odyssey, which we've just shown off for the first time at Guerrilla Collective. Thank you. I was staring to it. Thank you. At Guerrilla Collective. And we are also looking at taking our little weird golf game that we made in an evening, and we're sort of looking at putting that out on mobile. We've also worked on a bunch of other sort of titles with partners in Scotland, and we're looking at expanding out, but we're not certain. So yeah, today just looking at going over into why evidence is really important and how it can help studios and just make you think in a different way. So yeah, the two things you deal with as a studio is basically money. Money keeps everything afloat, but you only get money if you've got good evidence, and that's kind of how I see running the entire studio. So little curious cases that are really, okay, I'm going to work with that. So really important sort of things for our studio is getting grants, finding good teammates, helping other developers with sort of projects they have, and sort of pitching to publishers as well. So grants, it's really, really tough. And sometimes you just want to scream, show me the money. I'm worth it, trust me. And it takes so much to sort of convince people that you're trustworthy, and you have to really, really build that base. So things that are really, really helpful. So proving that you're really good at handling funds, proving that you're competent at completing projects to a good degree, and showing that you've got the experience behind to make whatever the money is being spent on. So keeping good sort of accountability and record keeping, showing the code development that you do with other clients, they're happy, they're positive, they're pleased with that. And even going to sort of scale up programs and mentorship and getting people that can try to sort of input experience and really balance out your knowledge would really, really help sell someone on the idea of, yeah, this person's worth putting grants onto. Finding good teammates, it hard. So when you're looking for people, first thing I always look at is, what does their portfolio look like? Before I see a cover letter, before I see anything, and don't even know the name, I just look at how good is this content? And then I say, does this content match the project? Basically, what's the person's evidence for being valid as part of this project? Another really, really important thing is sort of, where is their sort of experience coming from? Studios and universities. And then finally, sort of identifying, what is your team's culture? Is this person weird enough, crazy enough, likes the same stuff as you guys? For Astro Dreamer specifically, we're a sort of very friendly university, I don't want to say Google vibe, but like the idea of what you think Google looks like, where everyone's like kumbaya, like really, really nice and fun. We've been to many studios where it's like a lads, ooh kind of vibe. That's not what we do. That looks fun. We have chill fun. So yeah, try to find people that can sort of come on board and be a part of that team and the right project is really, really important. So co-development,
So people are going to grill you. And when we started out doing some co-development, we were just working from single person that had a few K budget, and we started, going from bit to bit and building up sort of our repertoire and our basically trustability. So when we're dealing with clients are always looking for, proving quality with other studios, proving reliability, you can get stuff done and on time. And even comes with like problem solving and making sure that when everything went to crazy, you were the one stable thing. And at the end of the day, when you have like websites and everything to do with communicating what your studio can do, making like a clear and concise message is really, really important. Okay, and pitching to publishers. We have gone through 2 processes already of pitching to publishers, so we know it's really, really tough. And I think at its core, you have to try and empathize with their side in the things that they're looking for. So seeing that an idea is unique, or is there a market out there, and are you the right team to basically do it? Again, if you can kind of get those 3 things right, and as long as you're pretty transparent about all of your processes, then it should be like pretty good. Providing research, we use like third-party elements from the likes of Robot Teddy and Future Friends. That like marketing is there and justifying that, well, it's not us making up the numbers and winging it. These are these people outside that's kind of proving as to why we're reliable on the data that we're providing. And even the times we're like, well, I didn't make it up. But for the most part, it's really, really helped us sort of get much further in with publishers. And I think it's something that people should utilize, even if it's paying a little bit to get some research in. They'll be like, yeah, this is someone else proving that this is worth it. And then, showing the studio skills, making demos, what's your previous projects. All of that sort of ties into being like a really solid choice for publishers. And where to get more evidence. So Business Gateway, really, really solid for sort of startup studios and stuff. Game scale-up program with Creative UK and Creative England was something I was on that was really positive. Bringing on other business developers is really, really solid. But we're really fortunate in Dundee that we also have a lot of really good studios that are interested and invested in more startups. So we can help them sort of grow. And we're lucky that we kind of made it through that process. Other people will care if you're making quality content and just looking out for folk. And really, really, really enjoy the wins. For us, we've been rolling the last 2.5 years and just taking the note of we've been able to pay staff. There's never been any late notices. It's just been really sort of stable. Also like fun events, going axe throwing with the team, doing drunky stuff, doing stuff you shouldn't do, but we don't say on stage. Finishing co-dev work and having our name on titles is really, really important for us. Getting sort of games investment in. We just recently got the UK Games Fund for our 3rd project that we're looking at sort of getting out there. But all of this was kind of delving back into being evidence for why your studio is reliable, and you can kind of pass that back on. So taking the wins, I always thought was like, we've just made it. Okay, cool. But now it's the case of, cool. That's something that I can use as evidence for we do a good job on stuff. And that's me. I have 50 seconds questions. Who wants? Oh, now that's awkward. No worries. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate that.
These sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NestMaker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And like if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where we're going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at like local gaming things. See if people like it. Not every game in this like homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just like fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and like your game's good, people like it at events and stuff. How do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter. And the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and like press release to inbox at gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to like most of the media people. Yeah, people get like an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff. And if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems. And then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff. But yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio, and Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep, and it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself, Limited Run more recently, I've been getting into more like indie like homebrew releases as well. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to port these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus. It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was Nestor DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, with help from one of my friends from a previous job, released it as like NES to Dreamcast. So now anybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. The debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things, and it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see, and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what you we think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't. There's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening basically, and then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one to one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, but I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well. I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. It stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff, and he was really interested. And then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life, so we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like the other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games. Just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM. And I again like their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2. And then that led to like a merch deal with them as well, which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos, not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gga is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, because and stuff, it was definitely worth it for the free marketing that they give. I just look over contracts and stuff. Like, we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do I do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with like 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement, very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's like what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number 1, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC, it'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining percent of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually, for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role. When it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style, or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing, and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance, and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, that it's going to roll. And so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster. And that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later. They might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is to isolate, then integrate. So meaning that NPCs, obviously, they're part of a whole, but first you need to find what they bring individually to the table. Here is, like Mario, for example, in the white box. And I've always heard this legend where, they prototype they prototype the controls as good as possible in a white box where there's there's anything, and they wait for it to be fun on its own before putting it in the level. And you should really have the same kind of mentality where it's just your character, your playable character, and the AI, and you double check that first, and then you place that AI in a real level alone to check how it's gonna interact with the environment, and then you add other NPCs as well. And the last tip I have, which is more like the cheer on the cape, once you've done everything else, it kind of breaks all the other rules, but that's the little thing. It's to make them relatable. So once everything before has been done, add this little flavor of soul, that little pause in between their actions, that little animation when they fail and they get angry, that little voice line when they see you, because it's all gonna make them more relatable and or understandable to the audience, and that's really what's gonna make your prototype stand out. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Hello? 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 Hi guys, just a 2-minute warning that we're going to get started in 2 minutes. So anyone inside, I don't know if they can hear me inside, but we need to start kind of shepherding them back out if possible. 2 minutes. Hello. 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 Hi, everyone. I am interrupting once again, I'm afraid, but you were warned, so here we are. Yes, so we'll just wait for a few people to kind of file back in whilst I introduce our next speaker, Tony Gowland. So Tony's worked on titles such as Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption. Tony brings a deep expertise in game creation, systems design, and live operations. As managing director of Ant Workshop Limited, he leads the development of original IPs like Dead End Job, Binaries, and their most recent release, Dungeon Golf, known for their unique humor and challenging gameplay. Tony specializes in creating world-class fun. So let's give it up for Tony.
How has no one yet mentioned this, the least flattering camera angle that exists? Hello. Let's just get stuck in. Yeah, so I'm the managing director of a company called Ant Workshop. We're a Scottish indie developer. We are 9 years old. We do a mix of our own original IP, such as Binaries, Dead End Job, Dungeon Golf. We've done work for hire for other studios, like a lot of console porting stuff. There's some of that here. Last year, we released Dungeon Golf. Dungeon Golf is mini golf in a dungeon. It's as simple as that. You play as daft characters like this frog. You hit your ball through a dungeon. If you hit monsters, you get a shot back. It's 4-player, local and online multiplayer. It's like hero-based, so every character has their own like special abilities and all of that kind of stuff. It's a load of silly fun. It's got 85% positive Steam reviews. You cannot get better than 85%. So yeah, it's like, oh, people enjoy it. It's pretty good. I don't know whether this screen's good enough. Could you spot the issue in this slide? Can you see where the problem is? Yeah, 34 user reviews. Dungeon Golf did not sell particularly well at all. So this talk is a little bit of a downer. We're going to talk about, actually, I've only got 10 minutes. We're going to talk about 8 things that I did wrong. The Americans call it radical candor. I call it having a little bit of a breakdown on stage. It's fine. At the end, I have a bit of a cry, maybe just feel a bit better about stuff. Let's dive in. The first thing that I did wrong was the price. Dungeon Golf costs £15. £15 doesn't seem like a lot for a video game, does it? But we're an unknown developer, it's an unknown IP, and like I said, it's a game that's best played with 3 of your friends. And actually trying to get like a group of 4 people and persuading 4 people to each pay £15, that's 60 quid, and that's kind of like, that's starting to become a bit of a bigger bet. We really should have priced it just like a much more kind of impulse price to try and build up the user base in it. Number 2, early access. Early access sounds good, doesn't it? You release a game, it's got some bugs in it, but people kind of like forgive that a little bit. You can make a little bit of money from sales while you're making the rest of the game. But for us, and I think for a lot of small developers, like if you're an unknown, like it really cuts the legs out of your discoverability. Steam, you cannot get on like the new and popular list on Steam if you're in early access. And also, like some people just will not buy early access games. So it's like, I think it really cut down our audience potential. And also it meant that like really early on after we'd launched Dungeon Golf and we realized like, look, just this isn't selling, this isn't working. We didn't want to be seen as like a sort of scammy developers that had launched something into early access and then abandoned it. So we still had to like kind of like keep working on it, even though we knew it's like, look, we just need to wrap this up into version 1. We chose a really bad launch week. We kind of picked our launch week ahead of time and it looked like a fairly good launch week. I mean, some stuff will always come out. Then Lies of P announced that it was coming out, but you know, Lies of P is a single player game, who cares? And then Party Animals announced that it was coming out, and Party Animals had over 1 million wish lists on Steam. It was a huge party game launch. And for some reason, we just decided to stick with our launch week. Again, Dungeon Golf, it was pretty unknown. we could have easily pushed it back by a couple of weeks rather than sticking to our guns. We didn't shout about it early enough. This is what Google Image Search says is a man being stealthy. We didn't put the Steam page live early enough. We spent ages just like, oh, we'll make the art a little bit better. We'll do this next thing. We'll do the next bit, and then we'll do the Steam page. And it's like we could have been kind of like getting it out there and showing it to people. And honestly, if we'd have done that like a year earlier, we would have started to get like a little bit hints about like, actually our marketing isn't really cutting through and everything that we're trying to do isn't really working here. And maybe the audience size isn't as big as we think that it is. And also we didn't take it to like a lot of, like there's loads of like little local kind of like play events you can take games to where you can watch real people playing your game and get like feedback and kind of like see which bits they're finding confusing. We didn't do that. So we spent a phenomenal amount of money taking Dungeon Golf to Gamescom, and that was like our first big public show. And the build, like almost immediately we saw people having trouble with things like controls and other bits and pieces where it's like, we should have had a much more battle-hardened build by that point. Right, we're halfway through. Is everyone feeling pretty good about this? I'm still feeling quite shaky. We didn't understand Steam events, so we did things like Sports Fest. Steam's full of fests. Steam loves a fest. Next fests and sports fests and stuff. We went into Sports Fest. We thought this would be brilliant. We've got a sports game. We can do Sports Fest, and it'll build up like loads of people will wishlist the game through it. Steam, if you're not already bringing traffic and wishlists into your game, Steam does not care about your game at all, and it will not build up an audience for you. Equally, Steam doesn't like the playtest system. We went into into Sports Fest with a playtest rather than a demo, and the playtest system is much newer on Steam. Players don't understand it quite as well, and it doesn't hook into Steam's whole like ecosystem in the same way. In the whole duration of Sports Fest, we got 68 wish lists for all of the work that we did. Like we'd lined up like updates into the game and all of this kind of stuff. 68 wish lists. I mean, could have spent like 10 quid on Twitter ads and saved ourselves a load of hassle. And speaking of wish lists, I believe the wish list pseudoscience. There's a bunch of people out there that will tell you that whatever your wish list number is, on average, you will sell 20% of your wish list number in the first week. And on average is doing a load of heavy lifting in that sentence. Like that's averaged out across like different genres, different developers with like different levels of fame and different amounts of player base and all of this kind of stuff. And it's really, you have to kind of like look a lot more at what titles within your genre and like that kind of like match you did. You can see from our wish lists as well that we had, everything was in like fits and starts, and it's like we'd get like a little bump and then it'd go, like the organics would go back down to almost nothing. And it's, again, I didn't really think about it at the time, but it shows that no one really cared about Dungeon Golf. No one was organically going to Steam and searching out Dungeon Golf by themselves. Simon Barron, who's the publishing director of Yogscast, did a really good tweet about this, where he compared some of their titles' wish lists with their overnight sales. And you can kind of see from those graphs, there isn't like a really clear sort of correlation. I thought that, look, there's some really big selling mini golf games out there. We can do all right here. These are Steam numbers. Walkabout Mini Golf does phenomenally well on VR. What I hadn't really thought about at the time is that the games that do well in the genre, actually the mini golf is almost a side effect of just hanging out with your friends. I mean, again, Walkabout Mini Golf was a game that came out during the pandemic, and it's a nice happy space where you can hang out with your friends while some mini golf happens. And then we focus too much. This, again, Google image search, this is a lady focusing. We focused too much. We were a 10-person team. It took all of our developers to work on Dungeon Golf for a 2-year period, which means that we had to not work on any other projects, and we had to switch off all of our work for hire and start refusing work for hire jobs. And, you know, people ask you about your work for hire availability for a bit at the start, but when you start turning that down, it turns off really quickly. And it meant that after Dungeon Golf, when we were available for work for hire again, and we are available for work for hire, it was really difficult to build those relationships back up again, and it's been really slow, and especially at the moment where there's like loads of studios that are looking for work for hire gigs. So that was the 8 things that I did wrong. I mean, what can you do? All you can do is kind of like learn from your mistakes. I take a lot of solace from one of modern life's greatest philosophers, Bluey's mum. All you can do is learn from things, pick yourselves up, have another go. And yeah, what I've learned from Dungeon Golf, like these 8 things, they're helping inform like our next set of titles and how we approach them, both in development and marketing. And hopefully they will help those titles be better. And now that I have told you all of my cock-ups, hopefully they will help your titles be better as well. And speaking of our next title, Into the Restless Ruins. Look at this. It's a deck builder where you build a dungeon and then you explore that dungeon, and it's got cards and it's got Scottish mythology, and it's really good and it's really satisfying to clunk runes together. Give it a wish list. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you. So our next guest speaker is Nick Gripton of Badgerhammer Games. So Nick is an award-winning illustrator, animator, and games designer. He's a creative director and founder at Badgerhammer. Nick specializes in character design, animation, and games concepts across diverse platforms, and has previously collaborated with Lego, Warner Brothers, BBC, and many others. So let's give a warm welcome to Nick Gripton of Badgerhammer.
Right, microphone. Hi everyone. So I'm going to tell you about my experience making games as a hobby, how I did it all wrong, and maybe how to do it right in the future. So I'm Nick. I run a game studio, which is a hobby game studio called Badgerhammer, with my best friend. He's also called Nick. We do it in our spare time. We make no money, and we've got 0 budget. But people do tell us we make good games. So why are we even doing this in our free time? Here we go. Game dev's not a hobby. Game dev's a job. So let's have a look at the definition of these things. A job is a specific task that someone does to earn money. We're definitely not earning any money, so it's a hobby, right? A hobby is something you do for fun when you're not working, but it's not all fun. Feels like work quite a lot. So is it work? Yeah, this is because I'm absolutely shitting myself. So first, I think we need to have a look at how much time I've actually got to spend on my so-called hobby. There's 168 hours in a week. Got my day job. I'm a freelancer, so sometimes it looks like this, sometimes it looks like this, but it's about the same in the end. You've got your chores, you've got to do the tidying up, doing the dishes, take the kids to school, and then spending time with your family and friends, and relaxing, maybe doing some exercise if you can fit it in. And look at that, look at all that time you've got left for your hobby. Except you also need to stay alive. You have to sleep and eat. It basically boils down to that I've got about 4 hours a week to spend on my hobby. So now we know how little time I've got left. Let's break down the things that are required for my game dev hobby and see how much fun I'm actually having when I'm doing it. And remember, a hobby is something that you do for fun when you're not working. So having an idea, like, is the best bit. I can't stop doing it. I've got folders and folders and folders full of ideas for comics, games, everything you can think of. Most of it will never get made. It's definitely really good fun. It's a really amazing part of the process. Learning something new is the most important part for me. Setting myself a challenge, adding more tools to my inventory. Without this, I think like a hobby's kind of pointless. Collaborating. Find people you trust to help you with your hobby. Learn from them. They can bring something to the table that you can't do. It's like having a band or a five-a-side team. You know you can't do it by yourself, and you're going to need some other people to help you do that stuff. It's a hobby, and now you've dragged some other people right into it. So game design. How's it going to work? Let's start filling everything in. How are we going to make this? You take these ideas and make them into something concrete. The world building part, it's like incredible, right? This is an amazing part of the process. So programming and art. We're starting down a bit of a slippery path here. I'm an animator for my day job. Nick's a web dev. I love my job and I love it so much that I've also picked it as my hobby. Why would I do that? No clients. Not yet, at least. So yeah, it's still fun, right? Music and audio. I literally do music as a side hobby. I don't make music that I would put in a game, but you know, still a hobby. It's still a really good, fun part of the process for somebody. So this is a gray area for me. UI, like probably someone does UI for a hobby. But at the very least, I'm learning something new when I do it, but I really don't enjoy it. I actually hate it. and I said to Nick, the next game that we make, I'd really like if it was just a single start button. You press that, and then that's the game, and that's all the UI that's in the game. Like, I think we all know that's not going to happen, but it would be great. So it's starting to drift away from the hobby for me. So there you go. That's it. There's all the things that make your game. Except it isn't. You're in a trap. You're nowhere nearly finished at all, actually. There's something I got taught really early in my career. That was that it takes 10% of the time to get 90% of the work done. And it's nearly always true. Like in animation terms, you've done the keyframes and now you've got to do all the in-betweens. So you got demoing. Taking it to shows and events costs loads of money. You have to pay for transport, hotels, fees to show your games at loads of these events. But like, not like being in a band, you haven't got anything to sell. You can't sell merch. You haven't got a finished product. And everyone that you show it to has a suggestion, and they're all really valid, and you want to try them. And suddenly you've got loads of clients. And the thing is, demoing is amazing because watching someone enjoy something you've made is incredible. So finesse and feature creep. Wouldn't it be nice if it looked like this? Couldn't we add this extra thing? I mean, you're doing it for you, so it should be the best it can be, but you've actually become your own client, and you're the worst client because you're a perfectionist. There's still experimentation and development and fun to happen here, but you know, it's a dangerous area. So from here on, things are going to get dark. Content. Your game is totally empty. About here, you've probably got a vertical slice. Your game needs levels, it needs a story, it needs a narrative, it needs like a script writing. You're going to have to like check all of that stuff for exploits. There's bits here that can be fun, but it's starting to look a bit like a job. QA and bugs. Yeah, your game doesn't work. It's a mess. And you've got to fix that mess. It's a job. Project management. I'm pretty sure no one here does project management in their spare time. Like, does anyone make agile scrum methodologies for a laugh? Don't think so. Another one straight into the job hole. Social media. I don't even use social media for fun. So like now I have to spend a bunch of my hours a week doing it for my hobby. Like you need to have a website, a Steam community, a Discord, and then you have to nurture and look after all of those communities, and it's really hard work. It's actually a job. Paperwork. Some people have actually talked about a lot of paperwork tonight, and there is loads of paperwork to do. To get on Steam, you've got to do forms and forms and forms of stuff. To get any dev kit from anyone, you've got like 3 days worth of paperwork to do. I'm not even kidding. It's a lot of work, and we're still not done. You've got to deal with these people: agents, publishers, accountants, lawyers. Like, yeah, I think alarm bells have to start ringing, right? When you have to pay an accountant and a lawyer for your hobby, something's gone wrong somewhere. So we did it. we finally finished our game. It took us 5 years, but we did it. 4 hours a week for 5 years. It's finished. But why are we even doing this? It hasn't been fun for ages. Like, I literally spent the last year of my game dev hobby making social media posts, filling in forms, making pitch decks, and it really, really feels like a job right now. So what I learned on this journey, and it's why I wanted to do this talk, is that all the fun stuff is really weighted at the start of the project, and the boundary between job and hobby starts to blur at the finesse and content stage, and it's just all downhill from there. So it's a job, you're doing it for free, you've become your own client, and you're the worst client in the world, and you're doing it in your precious free time. So there's a point where you've just got to say, it's all done, right? Next. So what I plan to do from now on is, once the fun starts to drop away, I'm going to set a realistic milestone of completeness, stop the job, free of guilt, start something new that is fun, and then you can always go back later, right? And start it again with a new art style. No. So, summing up, it's okay to leave something unfinished. It's okay to spend more time on the bits you enjoy and not the other way around. It's okay for game dev to be a hobby and not a job. So this is my only serious slide. If you're interested to find out what we've been making in our hobby for the last 5 years, you know how these things work. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. So our next guest speaker I'd like to invite up to the stage is Simran Wittam. So Simran is the founder and CEO of the award-winning events production and creative agency Format. He's also an ambassador for the disabled children's games charity Everyone Can, and has held key roles at Try Heart Interactive, Milky Tea, and the Lowry Theatre, and XR Games. So please give it up for Simran.
Hello, everyone. Now, I have a hell of a legacy to lift up to here, so I don't have any award-winning top-tier memes in this meme, so I apologize in advance. This is a little bit more of a serious talk. But who am I? I am the madman that is behind the Format Group. Now, I've been excited to come to Liverpool, especially, a little bit more than the Manchester one, actually, which I'm a little bit surprised to say, because a lot of you, if you haven't heard of Format yet, you've probably ever heard of our events, or you've seen us around the city while we've been here. That is the first time that's ever happened. Usually it's always too high. So yeah, thank you for that one. But what is the Format Group? Because everyone always says, aren't you just the events guy? Aren't you the guy who just hosts a massive piss up for the games industry? It's got actually a little bit more depth than that. And sorry, Colin, I didn't mean to swear. That is the only swear word that I will add in this one. But what is the Format Group? Well, the Format Group is actually a little bit more complicated than just a giant rave for the games industry. I'm here tonight to just shed a bit of insight into what it is that we do, the activities that we perform, and the work that we do for the games industry overall. And just to kind of show you how the company structure works. So we're actually broken up into 3 key divisions of the Format Group. We have Format Forge, which is our creative agency, where we work with a number of game studios, helping them with aspects such as creative, social media, marketing, paid media, and distribution. We have Format GG, which is our events arm of the business, which is what we're kind of most known for, because if I do say so myself, we do host some pretty amazing events for the games industry. And then we also have Format Collection, which is a relatively new division which deals with product, whether that's our own products or helping other creative brands access to be able to do their own products. I do get told to add this slide in. I didn't want to add it in, but everyone keeps telling me I do have to add this in. So this is some of the awards that we've won over the years, just because apparently it's a validation thing that I've been told to add into this sort of stuff over the years, really. Apparently it makes us look proper and professional. So everyone makes me add that in there. As you can see, we actually find out if we've won one of these tonight, actually. So we might be bringing that home tonight as well. So we'll see. And this is the team that's behind it, because I do get this constant reputation that everyone thinks it's just me. I would not be standing here if it was just me, because I would be deceased, because Format is an absolutely complicated beast. We're actually a team of 12, but we're a core team of 4 that handle everything. And everyone constantly thinks, how is it that a team of 4 is able to do all this? So there's myself, who's kind of the madman in charge. We have our CEO, we have our marketing manager who deals with our influencer activities and works with a lot of our external clients on their projects. And we have our brand exec as well, who works with a lot of our brand clients and the overall format brand that you see. She's an absolute genius. And yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. Just shed a bit of light because I think they deserve a bit of more applause than they get a lot of the time. But now on to the fun stuff. This is the bit that I like to talk about from our event standpoint. These are just some of the brands that I work with and some of the brands that I'm actually bringing to your amazing city later this September for some of our events. As you can see, I could literally fill this whole deck with just brands. In particular, we've worked with over 350 games industry brands across film, music, video games. I could go on forever, but we're bringing an enormous event to this city this year. It's going to be huge for the Liverpool sector. I'm really proud to be supporting the city with just some of the great brands, some of which are in this room tonight. Some amazing people helping bring that and make that possible. So yeah, thank you to those in the crowd. And yeah, I'm really excited to delve into that a little bit later. And these are just some of the current brands that we're working with at the moment across video games, music, hardware, manufacturing. This is from our event side where we organize events. If you're looking for someone, because we actually are psychopaths, we actually like organizing events. Like, a lot of people don't like it for some reason. I really don't understand why. People don't like organizing events. Baffling to me. And these are some of the video game clients we work with, where we've worked with trailers, social content. We've gone into game studios and helped them uplift their marketing capabilities. And whether you're a small indie team, a giant AAA studio, AA, we've worked with everyone from AAA, VR developers, even to the tiniest bedroom hobbyist. No project is too big or big small. We're not afraid to talk budgets. And again, we are available to hire, by the way, if you want to hire us. We are available. If you want to come talk to us, let's have a chat about some of that stuff. I'm not going to do a sales pitch. If you want to come have a chat with me afterwards, let's have a chat about seeing how we can help you. But some reputable brands on there, just to give you a little bit of idea of the people that we work with and how we could help you take you forward a bit. And this is kind of how we do help people from the format agency side of things. We can help you with events management, marketing support, content creation, paid media, a lot of things that a lot of studios kind of either don't want to do or kind of forget to do, and we're kind of the people who will come in and help you and save that. So if you feel like you're lacking in those areas on your projects, let's have a bit of a chat. Now let's talk events. The reason why everyone wants me to be up here to begin, Format GGR events arm of the business. We kind of have 2 core main events. There's our B2C events and then there's our B2B events. We run the event that is coming to Liverpool this September, which is Europe's biggest games industry nightlife festival, Format the Ultimate Gaming Social. Hey. That is what we're coming on the 26th of September. And then we're also bringing our signature B2B industry mixer to the city, Reformat, which we started nearly a year and a half ago now. And because of the popularity, it's become its own standalone event. And we are launching an entirely new B2B event next year as well, but I'm keeping that quite hush-hush at the moment. And this is just the roadmap of events that we're doing. So Liverpool is next, because I took a decision 2 years ago that I always wanted to expand out of Manchester. And I feel Liverpool is criminally underrated. I think you guys are an amazing city. You've got an amazing games industry here, full of fantastic developers and a very passionate community. And I think you've been criminally overlooked over the years. And I kind of took that mission on myself, really, to bring a colossal games industry event to support the city. So we are coming here on September 25th for our Reformat Industry Mixer, which if you are interested in attending, please come and have a chat to me and we'll see if we can make some magic happen. And then we have our signature event, which is coming on September 26th, and then our after party on the 27th as well, followed by our November Industry Mixer back in Manchester. But I can confirm Liverpool's getting a lot more events next year as well on top of that, so a little bit of a sneak peek there for you. And just to give you an insight into what the 2 events are, so you can just see some GIFs here. This is literally the only GIF game that I've got to rival Nick, so sorry, it's not quite meme as heavy, I'm afraid. Sorry, a bit serious, but as you can see, 2 very different type of events. One is literally a rave for the games industry. That is our B2C event, and then we've got our main B2B event as well, which is for industry leaders and a lot of people within the games industry to come together for a night of casual business networking and forging meaningful business connections. If you are interested in But the main thing I wanted to chat to the Liverpool community about is that we're always looking to work with people for our events. Whether you're a game studio, a publisher, a games industry band, content creators, creator organizations, education providers, so whether you're at a college, university, or product resellers. We work with a lot of brands. We're a very diverse event, and we're quite unorthodox in our approach to how we work with games industry events. So we're open to working with people across a whole spectrum of industries. So if you feel like you fall into these categories, let's come have a chat. You got a video game you want to showcase? Let's have a chat. Got a brand that you want to do? If you're a sponsor, you want to get involved? I repeat that. If you are a sponsor and want to get involved, please get involved. Did I mention that if you're a sponsor and you want to get involved, do you want to get involved? Education provider as well, because I was a student when I built this business, and one of the big things is giving education and students that opportunity. So if you are a teacher or if you know one, please get in touch with me. I am one of the few rare people that will actually sit and speak to teachers fully and listen to whole curriculums of education. So yeah, let's have a chat about that. And if you want to get in touch, just contact at format.gg. Super simple. And again, this is a relative, but if you are looking for ways to be able to increase your branding into the retail space, that is what we do. I can't say this is one is a bit of a light one because I'm legally really not allowed to talk about some stuff, and it's quite annoying really, because I want to be able to talk about. We're working with some big retail and distribution partners at the moment. We actually became the first games industry event in history to launch its own its own energy drink last year, which went on to sell 41,000 units across the whole of the Europe and US combined, which I was really happy with. We've got clothing, and we're helping a number of brands at the moment be able to tap into that retail space at the moment, because when people ask me to describe what Format Group is, they think it's just an event. These are all the multiple arms of the business, so I just wanted to touch upon that a little bit. But yeah, I'm super short and sweet, who we are, and I just wanted to be able to chat about this and just be able to give the great city of Liverpool all the amazing stuff that we have to offer. So if you do want to chat about events, marketing support, or just taking your brand to the next level, drop me a line. My email's there, simran@format.gg. Super simple. I'm going to be around for a little bit anyway, but let's have a chat. And yeah, I have beat the alarm clock, I believe. So yeah, let's go.
Great. Thank you very much, Simran. Thank you very much, Simran. And just to add on from that as well, I'm just going to put in another little plug for the LGDN event I'm running next Wednesday at the Albert Docks, Barclays Eagle Labs. Every attendee is automatically put into a prize draw for some free tickets to Format Liverpool when it comes along later in September. So we are at our next break now. So we're going to have another half an hour off, and then we are going to have quite a fun interactive talk, I believe. So that should be really good. So I'll see you all here in half an hour.
Right, cool. So this is my games industry networking talk, 10 tips in 10 minutes. It's just a quick intro into who I am and why I think you should listen to me right now. So I'm Derek, an executive assistant at Radical Forge. I've been there now officially for just over 2 years, but I've been in and out of the industry for the past 5. My role at Rad has me doing something completely different every day, but there's always a communication component to that, which makes me quite lucky, as that's what I'm most passionate about. Before moving into the game industry, though, I spent about 15 years working a mix of retail and customer service roles, and there was always a kind of customer-facing component there. So as you can imagine, I spent a lot of time talking to people. So hopefully, over that past 5 years in the games industry and that time in retail and hospitality. I should have at least 10 tips I can share with you today, and at least one of them should be able to help. Sure, we can all remember our first ever game industry event that we went to. I'm going to let you know about mine. So I was in uni, it's my second year. As I'm walking across campus, Bruce, our CEO, he just grabs me and he goes, "What are you up to this week?" And I'm like, "I've got this hand in, I've got that deadline." He goes, "Cool. Have you got a passport?" I answered yes. And then 24 hours later, I was on a plane to Cologne to go to Gamescom, which was my first ever proper foray into the games industry. And from there, I was truly hooked. I absolutely loved it. And this speech was definitely came because of that. So I'm going to talk about what you can do before an event to prep yourself. So first of all, work out for yourself why you are going to this event. This will help you work out what information you should have ready. Are you looking for your first role in the games industry? You should have your portfolio ready to show. And it's great if you can get hold of a tablet. Don't worry, just crack your phone out. It's just as good. Are you pitching your next game? You want to make sure you got an exciting elevator pitch. I know a couple of guys have already expressed that already. And make sure you got all your documents kind of like ready there to go through if it's appropriate to do so. Are you looking for co-dev work? You should know the availability of the team and the kind of games that you want to work on. So, prep work. The more information you work out before your networking event, the easier it's going to be. It'll give you more time to focus on finding new connections. So try to organize to meet as many of your contacts before the meeting, before the actual industry event. Go for food, go for drinks, go do an office visit. This is, if you're lucky, you're going to turn up to the event and 90% of your job's already done. Rolodex check. Building on from tip 2, prep work. Check your Rolodex of contacts before heading to an event. Have a look, check to see if any of the companies your contacts have worked for, see if they've released a game, if they've won any awards, if they've had any of their staff members have done a talk. These are all awesome starting points for a conversation with that person. And if you're lucky enough to know who's going to an event, you've done some research there, it's even better to do that for contacts you've not even met yet. So number 4, find a mentor. This one for me has been the most helpful by miles. Find someone who's willing to be your mentor is indispensable. This is just important for those of us with the biz dev component as our role, as it is a CEO, an artist, or a designer. I would not be here today without that guidance and, more importantly, the support I've been given for that. They've introduced me to their networks, they've supported me, and they've offered a safe space to talk both during events and afterwards as well. Cool. So now you're at the event. Use networking events to set up meetings at a later date. If you're pitching a game with a playable demo or a pitch deck, you will find that a lot of networking events are not the best place to crack out your big gaming ready laptop and start playing a build. Also as well, if you've traveled quite far, we've got guys down here from Scotland and all the way from London, you don't want to be lugging that kit around with you everywhere. Also, always have your elevator pitch ready to run there and then, but it's always good to crack open your calendar and get a call set up to show whoever you're talking to everything you've just got them excited about. 6, don't start a conversation with work-related info. Launching straight into your pitch, regardless of if that pitch is for yourself or a product you're promoting, that's always going to turn someone off. If you're struggling to start with the basics, we're all human. Start with, how are you doing? Did you have to travel far to get here? My favorite, have you been to this event before? This will let you know what headspace the person is in that you're talking to, and asking someone if they've been to an event before will normally prompt them to talk about themselves a bit and give you an idea of who you're actually talking to. You can also start or continue a conversation with games-related topics. As most people here, I can imagine, we enjoy talking about games. You can pick topics up from IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, GameIndustry.biz. Picked up just a couple of examples beforehand while I was having a cheeky Nando's with Ryan before this. Like, have you seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles then? I wonder if they've got Doom 1993 to run on them yet. Have you had time to play Tears of the Kingdom yet? And if so, what's the most ridiculous thing that you've built yet? I know what we're all thinking, let's not mention it. 7, ask the person you're talking to all of the questions you want them to ask you. People love talking about themselves, so it's a really good way to warm someone up to talk about work. People will also mirror the energy you give off at the start of a conversation. So if you go in open, relaxed, and you're asking who they are, what they do, why they're here, you're more likely to get that interest back. And then you can start asking the questions that you want them to then reciprocate back to you afterwards. 8, share the love. Don't be a connection hoarder. If you're working for a VR heavy studio, let's say does a lot of tech artwork, and you end up talking to a studio that does 2D pixel art roguelikes, and keep that in mind while you're at the event. You may talk to a publisher later on that's looking for exactly that. Connect them up. Both of those contacts now will remember you forever, and you never know who they're going to talk to you about. 9, don't drink too much. The free bar is not an excuse to get tanked. This tip sounds really obvious, but it's common for there to be a free bar in the games industry, and we have a lot of people that this will be their first experience with one. So on that note, if you see someone and they're struggling a bit, remind them to grab a glass of water between drinks. It's going to make a huge difference to their night. Bonus tip, if you're organizing any meetings for an event the next day, especially those multi-day ones, don't put them in for 9 a.m. the next day. It's going to be rough. And last but not least, talk to students and people who are new to the industry. It's time to give back. Being a director, part of the C-suite, any form of management is incredibly taxing. You've probably done a day's work before you get to the event anyway. But it's still important to take that time out, listen to those who don't have that experience or foothold yet, and not brush them off. They will be the ones running the industry next, and you never know whose career you're going to make or break by doing that. All right, that's me. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate that. If you'd like me to go into more detail into any of those tips, or you want to ask and see if there's anything I've not mentioned now, feel free to give me a shout or give me a message on LinkedIn. All right, thank you for your time, everyone.
So we're Pocket Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working on, working with Adult Swim, on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, you know, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person working on it. I think like a few contractors, at most around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. In Unity 4, I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, you know? So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, you know, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, you know, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, you know, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. You know, we sign contracts, and then woo, we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. You know, looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. You know, this is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, you know, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project, and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, you know, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, you know, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, you know, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. You know, code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just
dive straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is, if you can, get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again, is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves. And that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. It had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite, but there's a few more and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? Like, we turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
Hi, hi, hello. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, testing. Yeah, hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi again. So we're going to finish this break now. And I'm just going to keep speaking. So before we start our next talk with Jay Roach, we're going to, I'd like to invite Helen Cross up to the stage just to say a few words. Helen is the head of digital and creative sector across the Liverpool City region, and she's helped support this event tonight, as well as plenty of other events across the region within the games industry. So I'd just like to invite Helen to say a few words.
Hi everyone, great to be here with you tonight, and it's brilliant to see Games Talk Live back in Liverpool again. We supported this event last year, and just really good to have the community coming together. Just wanted to update you about a couple of things that I'm working on with a few of the game studio leads in the city region. We're supporting events like this and the event that Mount's got and Simran's event format, just to find ways of bringing the community together. We recently took a number of studios out to Nordic Game to promote them and to sort of promote Liverpool as a place to do games development. So, and with some other partners as well, we're doing an education piece to try and sort of inspire young people to stay in Liverpool and develop games here. So if anybody's interested in talking about any of these things, or if you've got any news for us as well, we've got the liverpoolgameshub.com, which is a website talking about the games industry here, talking about a lot of the activity that's going on, talking about the games boards who are helping direct this activity. So anything to do with sort of developing the games sector here in the city region, then do have a chat with me. Happy to share what we're doing and welcome more people to get involved, really trying to sort of elevate the games industry here and sort of help support it. So hope you enjoy the rest of the night, and have a chat with me in the break if you want to. Thanks.
Okay, fab. Thank you very much, Helen. So I'd like to invite Jay Roach to the stage. He's going to give us a fantastic interactive talk before our keynote speaker, Dan, who's going to give us a talk. After this one, there'll be about a 5-minute break this time, so we can get Dan in, and then we will have a bit longer to all chat afterwards as well. So, Jay, everyone.
Thank you very much. Right. Is that on the screen? We are. Okay. That's always my problem. One of the smaller people in the room. Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm from Ping. I'm a little bit of an imposter in this world because we're not actually games developers, although we are. So we actually make games for crowds, but our background is in digital agencies. So we'll go back like 20, 25 years. Used to build hyper-casual games, Flash games. Anyone remember Flash games in the early 2000s? Yeah. Big shout out to Flash. So we used to build loads of games like that for people like BBC, Kellogg's, Coca-Cola, stuff that went on the websites. Even did stuff with Shockwave back in those days. It was sort of like really sort of crazy stuff. And got a bit fed up with the whole digital industry and the way things were going. And we sort of working with one of our developers, and we're going, wouldn't it be like a bit of an idea if we could like get a game on a big screen, use your phone as a controller? So we did a little bit of a thing as an R&D exercise, and we thought, right, okay, well, technically we've got it working, but let's see if we can actually really make it work with more people. So we had 2 people working it. We thought, we'll try it with a few more people. And we took over an event like this in Manchester, digital thing called Blab, hijacked the crowd and just said, can we stick our game on? We wanted to see if it technically works or if it breaks down, and then we can all just go and carry on with our day jobs. And bloody hell, it worked, right? So technically it was fine. What we didn't expect, though, was the reaction in the room. And at that point, we thought, there's something in this. There's a potential business out of this. And we actually stopped doing all the digital agency stuff, actually started doing Ping in 2020 when we did games for crowds when crowds were illegal, which was really tough to start out. This is our sort of modern version of that R&D game that we had 10 years ago, called Rebound for technical legal reasons, should we say. And yeah, if you all get your phones out. So the big thing that we do is we do games for crowds. It's multiplayer games in live events. So everyone get the phones out. Everyone knows what to do with one of these days, don't they? Thank you to the pandemic. So get your phones out, scan the QR code, choose the team you're going to join. So it's the 70s classic Pong, but we give it a little twist. We can have up to 100 people playing this at any one time. On the technical side of things, everything we do is in the browser. So this is just working in a web browser. You're all joining on the browser. There's no apps to download. We remove every single possible barrier. So technically, it's a bit of a thing to play with. Everything's built in HTML5. Right, okay, 29 players in. Anyone else yet to join? There's a couple of people scanning down there. 35. This is more than we had last night, actually. I'd say we can get up to 100, and the bats just go smaller and smaller and smaller. It comes like Swarm Pong, which is really good. Right, 45 players. This is really good. Okay, we're gonna go. Right, everyone in. Right, you know what to do. First to two. Okay. Sounds coming out, but very loud. Here we go. I'll do the sound effects as it's not coming through the mic. Beep. Beep. Right, there is a bit of physics on there, so you can actually spin it if you want to do a little bit of a clever little thing on there as you go. Oh, we go. New kids are getting it. Whoa, there we go. Okay, first to two. Team Old School can win it back. Right, well done. Batters gets it in there. Oh, New Kids won. New Kids won. Top scorer, Archie. Where's Archie? The person who has hit the most. Well done, Archie. Round of applause for Archie. Right, followed by Marek. Okay, so right, just gonna nip over to this one. Okay, so this is, we've got a suite of games, smaller games like this, 30 to 100 players. And then I'm going to show you something, we sort of take it up to stadium size and beyond. So this is one of our other, this is 30 players, so it's going to be the first 30 that can get in on this one. But we'll do a couple of rounds just to keep you in there. Look at that. Everyone's in there, full row already. Oh no, if you've missed out, next time, maybe next time. Okay, right, so it's last person standing. You can just be as bashy as you want. It's more Mad Max than Max Verstappen. Oh, we've lost Abby. Abby's gone early. Tommy CC. Oh, no. Oh, no. The one in the middle always gets them. Right, Michael, hang it in there. Tommy CC, J Bones. Take my glasses off, I can see better. Come on, Stubb. Chris Baba. Oh, no. Right, I love the way we've got N and J. We've just got an N and a J. All the letters of battle in it. Stinky. Come on, Shane. Come on, Shane. Recover. Just, here we go. Right, it's all getting out. Serious racing at this point. Oh, no. Oh, between. Right, Stubb, Stinky, and Tom CC. Look at that. Oh, no. Come on, Stinky. Oh, and Stubb. Where's Stubb? Stubb. Where's Stubb? Over there. That man over there. Right, okay. Right, come on. Everyone's got to gang up on Stubb now. Go on, one more go. One more go with that. One more go with that. If you didn't get in last time, scan in quickly. Stubb's sitting out. Let someone else join in. Right, I'd have to say you're the most polite bunch because no one's been picked up by the profanity filter. We normally get some little stars in there, and it's just sort of like potty mouths. Right, here we go. Countdown started. Away you go. Right, Jay Bones is at the front already. Get a bit bunched down at the back there. Ali made escape, but has gone back out again. Dave's fighting his way through in the back. Ends at the front, and Jay's at the front again. Here we go. Stinky has just survived the middle one. Starting to thin out the pack a little bit now. It's a little bit better this time. You've all got the ideas. Archie's just hanging around on the right over there. That's not the right way. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, we go. Between JB, Joel, Stinky, Michael, Tom CC is still in it. Tom CC like last time. Thinning out the pack again. Brett coming through from the back there. Keep it in. Oh, we've lost Brett as well. Right, JB, Stinky and Ian. Who's it going to be? Stinky recovered there. Oh, a little bit bashy. Too polite, this. 3,000 meters he's got. Oh, no, we've lost. Stinky's out. JB's recovered. Right, if we get to 4,000 meters, that's a record in this game. There we go. Oh! Ian, well done, that man. Could see who he was because he jumps up. Everyone takes a picture on the name there. That's what we do. So the atmosphere in the crowd is the thing that we went, that's brilliant. We want to do that. We want to do that. And we want to sort of earn a living out of it. And that's really easy to do, isn't it? No, it's not. Hang on, this has gone really weird. Let's go to slideshow. I'm not going to do like a big sales. I'll just tell you a little bit about what we do. So what you've just experienced is exactly what the reason why we make the games. So we literally make games just like that, really simple to join, hyper casual, no thinking about it, almost going back to the one button UI that Nick was talking about. Try and make it super simple. We have like Barbara in accounts as our person that we have to make our games work for Barbara in accounts. Hang on, here we go. I'm just going to skip through this next one because yeah, it's not really good to play this in this city, is it? But yeah, we're actually Man City's official crowd gaming partner. I know, boo. Yeah, boo. So I'm like a double imposter from Manchester. I'm on the Red Half of Manchester as well. We do work for City. Anyway, it's football. It's kind of like anyway. The thing we focus on is 3 problems in sport and live events. So we do a lot in sports. About 60% of the stuff we do in sports. We also do a lot of stuff with festivals. We're at Glastonbury. I can't actually say we're at Glastonbury. I didn't think we could. We're at Glastonbury next week, and lots of other things like cinemas and theme parks and live events. Anywhere where there's any downtime, because the downtime's boring, and lots of people trying to attract people's attention, but it's just usually ads or rubbish things like polls and stuff like that. And yeah, we like to capture personal data. So this is a little show reel. So the game you've just played is this is one of our smaller games when this catches up. So we've got a range of like 13 variations of those. Stuff like snowboarding, classic Pong, mountain biking, hockey racing, stuff like that. And then taking it up a level. So when that needs to be bigger, so we can do stadium games. This is our penalty shootout for 50,000 people. Every single person takes a shot, is a ball going at the thing. And then just because we do multiplayer, we've got to have a quiz. Everyone loves a quiz, but we do quizzes in the ping way. It's all hooked around that live presenter, but ultimately, this is what we're all about. So it's about that crowd reaction. That's what gets us going. We just happen to make games that make people shout and scream and jump up and down, just like you lot were doing. And yeah, it just makes us good. But the good thing about that, because we're from the digital agency world, effectively we kind of created a new advertising channel. And this is what people are telling us, that actually what we've done is created this sort of mass engagement, and engagement is money. And people will pay money to use our games for that warm engagement. When was the last time you heard 50,000 people cheer an advert? It doesn't happen, but with Ping it does. And on the back of that, we get really high opt-in rates and data collection and stuff like that, which you guys aren't really interested in, but that's kind of what we do. Hang on, I'm going to skip forward and just show you the video can't be loaded. That's not a good thing, is it? No. I think it's the Wi-Fi's gone on it. I was just going to show you the penalty shootout stuff. So penalty shootout, I'll give it a go on there. Oh, that's not good. On the Wi-Fi. Yeah, so with a penalty shootout, we've been used at all cities, women's and men's matches. We've got a thing with Ajax. We've done a thing with Major League Soccer in the States as well. So here we go. Hopefully this is going to work. There we go. And this is what it looks like when we take it up to 50,000 people. So again, it's from a technical perspective, it's that concurrent. Basically, we're doing a DDoS attack on our own server every time somebody plays this. So with this, people choose the team. It's not very fun when you play with less than 1,000 people. So really, again, simple UI. Everybody can get it, and then everybody that takes the shot just gets played out, and this is what happens. So it's great. It's great just to hear a stadium all laughing in the same way that happens, and then they know what's coming next because the other team are about to score, and the other team take a thing, and you get the second laugh when the other team score. And then everyone cheers for a bar chart, because the bar chart goes up and you just go, "Hey, we've won, way!" But the way we do it, every single player has a ranking. So you can have a top player out the 50,000 people that are playing. Person who scored the most goals with the highest accuracy in the quickest time is the winner. And we've actually had customers sort of giving away big prizes on the back of that as well. And that's it. Do you want one more game before I go? Of course you do. That's what we're all about. Right, back to the Ping Pre. It's got to be Ping Pre. Right, okay. If you've not had a go, or if you had a go before and you... Oh, hang on. Helps if I do that, doesn't it? If you had a go before, just leave a space for somebody who's not had a go yet. Straight in, straight in. Do like no profanity. Again, no profanity. We're in there straight away. Okay, here we go. You know what to do. This is the big prize. This takes a home an imaginary cup. Right, nice and quiet to begin with. Oh no. Stinky's just about recovered from the back there. Oh no. Dan's just been taken out on the right. Pad and Peter in the middle. Oh, it's getting a bit, right. Starting to thin out a little bit now. We did this the other day. We had 3 yellow cars racing each other. It was kind of... So... Pad's doing a nice little bit of weaving there. Oh, the middle one always gets them. Middle one always gets you. Come on, here we go. I'm thinking. Right, beat up. Come on, Pad, Shade, and Mihai. I'm gonna say Mihai. Apologies. Oh no. Okay. Come on, Shane. Pad or Shane. Oh no. Your champion for tonight. Where's Pad? Where? Anyone? Anyone? Where? No. Right, okay, that's me. Thank you very much. I believe we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then, yeah, you'll have your keynote speaker.
Sorry, yeah, so we're going to have just a 5-minute break while Jay breaks down his stuff, and then we're going to have our keynote talk just afterwards with Dan. All right, thanks.
There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the Last Hero of Nostalgia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, and like many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead-long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements, some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create in the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do lose 2 days a month on developing your projects, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So And it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from Courtsing. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see the spheres of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way, we can. So what we're doing right now with CodeSync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from SovDev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, you know, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
Next LGDN event that I'm running next Wednesday over at the Albert Docks on Man Island, and Chloe Sinclair, who's at the back of the room over there, is going to be one of our guest speakers. The theme is very much centered around mental well-being within the games industry. Chloe's talk is going to be on fostering psychological well-being within game studios, and we've also got another fantastic talk discussing the role of community and communities within the games industry that can really help benefit your mental well-being and also help with your career path into games as well. So yes, the event runs from 6 till 9 p.m. next Wednesday. You can find the tickets on Eventbrite. If you just type in the Liverpool Game Dev Network speaker event, I'm pretty sure it'll come up on the 26th of June. And I thought that Dan would have been finished by now, so I'm just going to keep riffing, I guess. I'm here now. I'm kind of stuck. So LGDN was started 2 years ago. I first started it as a way of meeting people in the industry myself. I felt like there wasn't really, at least from my perspective, a consistent meetup or opportunity to meet people. There's Dan. And so I set it up, and it's grown ever since. We've got a fantastic community. We really champion a really supportive, collaborative, and open networking space for people. So please, I do highly encourage you to come along. We're on Discord and LinkedIn as well, and that's my plug finished. I would love to invite our keynote speaker, Dan Pinchbeck from the Chinese Room, co-founder of the Chinese Room, to give us his talk. So let's all give a hand to Dan.
The first rule of being a success in the games industry is not to be stuck at the bar when you're supposed to be giving a keynote. That's free. Hello. Thank you very much for staying around to listen to me, and I'll try and make it worth your while. Before I start, I just wanted to say, have we got a clock anywhere? No? All right, I'll busk it. Oh, cool. I should have got a timer up on here. Before I start talking, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone that's been involved in putting this together, particularly to Lucy and to Jenny and to Colin, who are not only organising this here, but then in between these events, are taking all this stuff down, putting it in a minibus, and then driving me and a bunch of other people from city to city. And then while we're all asleep, they're unpacking it and setting this all up again. So they've done an outstanding job, and I just wanted to say a huge thank you from all of us speakers. Okay, I've got 29 and a half minutes. So it's a bit daunting doing these talks because I've been in the games industry for 15 years, and there are a lot of people who have been in it for at least twice that amount of time. And there's also people that haven't been in it for very long. So where are you sort of pitching this stuff in terms of going, how do you not try and teach people more experience than you how to suck eggs? How do you not go over people's heads? How do you try and give people information that's going to be useful pretty much no matter where they're coming from? And it kind of boils down really for me to this idea of going, well, a lot of what I've heard over the last few days has been people being very, very honest and very candid about their experiences, what's gone right, but also what's gone wrong. And one of the things that I think can be really, really useful from these talks is a sense of validation, that actually a lot of the time we're all thinking the same things, we're all talking about the same things. So I think what probably follows is going to be less revolutionary, I never thought of that, but hopefully a little bit of validation of going, the challenges that we face, we all face, and the times when we think, I'm a moron, you're probably not the first person to have thought that about that subject. So I'm going to present some of the times when I've been a moron to you, and hopefully that will be kind of like useful in terms of going forwards. So 2 other things just to frame this. One is that quite a lot of this is going to come from a perspective of potentially talking about studio leadership, which obviously for 15 years was my bag. Particularly pertinent if you're starting a business or if you run a small business or a big business. Those of you who don't, I would say that a lot of what follows is what I think you should be expecting from your leadership as well, because I think it's what good leadership should do. And from my experience, it's the sort of stuff that good leadership should be doing. And the second way I want to frame this stuff is, for a long time I've thought this, and really again the last few days have really sort of like hammered it home, is that the games industry is an industry with a bit of an identity crisis. And it's never quite been able to make up its mind whether it's a tech industry or a media industry. And at its best, it combines features of both. But those 2 industries aren't always compatible. Sometimes they're very, very uncompatible in terms of the mindset, the way they work, and what they're looking for things. And a lot of what I'm talking about here can trace down to that tension between those 2 things and how we try and reconcile the differences between those. And I just realized I don't have a clicker here to change the slides. Oh, it's down here. It's good, it's going well. So I'm going to kick straight off and let's see how we get on. Okay, so 10 things that 15 years in the games industry taught me. The first one is this: why is as important as how, both are more important than what. Now, to be fair, what isn't often a thing that we talk about as much, but we spend a huge amount of time trying to figure out how in the games industry. How do we make that work? How do we get that in? How do we bring this in on time? How does that feature work? How does that relate to the code base? What's much more important than that is the question of why we're doing it in the first place. And this both relates to specifically to game design, but it also relates to how we run our businesses. So I want to give 2 examples of this. And the first one of these is in about 2014, 2015, someone ported BioShock to iOS. And anyone that knows me or knows of me knows that I'm a massive first-person shooter freak, to the point that I actually got a PhD in first-person shooters, which is, if nothing else, shows that you can get a PhD in anything these days. And I kind of live my life waiting for the point when someone says, is there a doctor in the house? And I can say, yes. Do you want some hints about Halo? And if not, you're out of luck. But anyway, the BioShock port to iOS, I was playing it, and it's fantastic. It's really, really faithful. It's small screen, but great recreation of one of the greatest shooters ever made. I've been playing it for a few hours before I realized that they've removed the jump function, which was quite an extraordinary moment, because it then led me backwards to go, if I've been playing this shooter for like 3-4 hours and I haven't noticed I've not been able to jump, why did I need to jump in the original BioShock? Was the original BioShock a better game because that feature existed? Jump functions, incredibly complicated, very difficult to do, hugely difficult to QA from a level design point of view. I'm not advocating that shooters shouldn't have jumps, but there is a very, very interesting mirror that's held up at that point about asking why. Why such an established mechanic? Is it absolutely fundamental and crucial to this genre to put in your game? And we don't ask ourselves enough of these questions. We tend to build games in a very additive kind of way. We're going to put this mechanic on this mechanic on this mechanic on this mechanic. And as we do that, we quite often are treading a groove that's been set within those genres anyway. Well, we put that in this game because these types of games have that sort of thing. That's not good enough. In terms of designers, but particularly from a leadership point of view, where every time you do that, you are massively increasing the cost and the workload on your developers, you have to be asking things in a little bit more detail. That question needs to be drilled into with a bit more care. On the flip side of that, the other side is from a business point of view. Now, we started off as a fully remote, we started off as a mod team, and then we were a fully remote team. And then at one point, we signed to Sony, and we got an office. And we were part remote, part office. And I loved working in an office, and it was great. But we had these remote workers kicking around. And I sort of made the decision of going, well, now we're a proper grown-up studio. We should get rid of our remote workers, and we should just bring everyone in-house. So I went to lunch with my lead designer and said, I'm really sorry, you're going to have to move to Brighton, or if you don't, we're going to get rid of you because that's best for the studio. And he looked at me very, very kindly, having had a lot more experience than me, and just said, that's really stupid. Why have you made that decision? And I sat there and thought, do you know what? I haven't even asked myself. I just did it because that's what you do. You get an office. And if any of you are in a startup and someone says you get an office, don't get an office. don't get an office. They're really expensive. You need public liability insurance, and you narrow the amount of people you can work with and all sorts of stuff. Why do you do it? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Why do you grow? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Why are you doing it? I've talked a lot about why. You may notice that this is something that I'm quite passionate about. That question is fundamental to good leadership, to good studio running. This one is also follows on from that, and it's quite a kind of a tricky one, but I think we don't really talk about it enough. Games fail all the time. Games are late, games are compromised, games fail. They fail because the publisher's a pain in the backside. They fail because the engine update just nuked you. They fail because of everything else. What we don't like to say is that a lot of games fail because the teams that were trying to make the game were not good enough to make the game they set out to make. And to be really, really clear, that is not a responsibility that I lay at the feet of the developers. Those games fail because studio leadership were not honest in their expectations of what their team could achieve. And for me, as a prior business owner and as someone who's employed people, your fundamental responsibility is to your team and to their welfare. And if you set a team on a course and you haven't been honest about what that team's capabilities are, you are setting people up to fail. And that's not just about the game you're making, that is about your ethical, moral responsibility as an employer to look after your people. It's not just good enough to pay them, you have a responsibility to them. And one of those things is making sure that it is actually possible for them to do what you promised they're going to do. Particularly if you've hired people to work in one engine and then you're told that they're going to work in another engine to deliver the game, but there's not going to be any addition to the amount of time they're going to spend making that game, which is the situation I've been in. And probably not the only person in this room, if you've been in the industry for a while, that you've been in. Those kind of decisions are things you must really, you have to absolutely think about those. You can't hire a load of Unreal people and then say, hey, can you make the game in Unity? You're not going to get any time to learn Unity. We just expect you to make the game at the same time. That's your responsibility as an employer and as a studio leader to make sure that doesn't happen. So being really, really honest about what can actually be done in the time that it is. We are an industry that consistently promises what we know we can't deliver. Not stuff that we're not sure we can deliver, not stuff that we find out we can't deliver. We're an industry that consistently promises publishers and investors we can deliver things we absolutely fundamentally know for a fact we cannot deliver, and then we make it our team's problem. And that's not right. So if you're running a studio, never do that. If you work for a studio, it is entirely fair to expect that your studio leadership will not do that to you. Okay, don't let the tail wag the dog. So this is a true story. I was in we were in production, quite early on in production. We were still like road testing a load of features, and we were about halfway through a sprint, and the feature that we were working on, it was obvious it wasn't going to fly. It just didn't work, didn't fit the game. Was a non-starter. It was a mistake. We gave it a try. Didn't work. It's fine. So I went to the person who was ostensibly running production for the studio at that point and said, we just need to stop working on this because it doesn't work. And they said, yeah, that's not the way Agile works. Which is one of the most insane things when you unpick it, really, that you can say about stuff. I'm really skeptical about Agile. I think it's a buzzword. I don't think it actually necessarily gets, I don't think it is very agile. I think people are obsessed with agile say you must be agile, you must do agile like this, and you don't. It literally, the definition of the word is that you don't be rigid and flex. But it's really, really important that we don't do that. We do allow people to change. We rely on the expertise of the people building the game, and we're not constraining those with systems. Systems are really, really important. Project management, tracking, hugely important. It's not the thing that's going to make the game, and it's not the thing that's going to make the game good. It should be there to serve the developers, not the other way around. The other thing is that, have we got any programmers in the room? Woo, yeah. Have we got any producers in the room? Okay. It's always less producers than programmers. You're always a little, but it's only 2 against 1. You'll be all right. Right. A good producer will never, ever do this, right? But we have all been, anyone who's been in the industry for more than 3 weeks has been in this situation, particularly relative to programming, where artists, you say to an artist, how long is it going to take you to do that? And they look at it and they do some maths and they figure out, they quantify it and they go, oh, it'll take me 7.2 games. And everyone goes, great. And they fill in a spreadsheet and put a big green tick next to it. And then they go to the code and they say, how long is it going to take you to make this feature? And they go, if you give me a week, I might be able to figure out how long it's going to take. Oh, a week. I can put a week in the spreadsheet. No, a week to figure it out. I'll put 2 weeks in the spreadsheet, a week to figure it out, and then a week to do it. Well, I didn't say that. Well, I've got to put something in the spreadsheet, so I'll put 2 weeks in, and in 2 weeks, we'll come back and we'll see how we're going. And then in 2 weeks' time, you come back and go, have you done it? No, I haven't done it because it's going to take 6 months. You told me it was going to take 2 weeks. Fail. And it happens over and over and over again. Being very clear, that is usually not the producer's fault. It's because the producer is getting pressure from studio leadership to say, is the game running on time? And they're not looking at the game, they're looking at a spreadsheet and going, you have 75% greens, 3 oranges, and 1 red, and actually the red is what we care about. The system is there to enable the developers to make the game, not the other way around. You are not shipping a spreadsheet. So whatever you can do to protect expertise is fundamentally important, and not letting the tail wag the dog. Understand that everything happens in translation. Yeah. The game you are shipping is only as good as the experience that the player has when they're playing it. So going back to obsession with first-person shooters, my favorite game ever that I'm completely obsessed with is GSC Game World Stalker that came out in 2004. In terms of quality of build, it makes Bethesda look like absolutely perfect in terms of no bugs in it whatsoever. It's flaky, it's shoddy, it falls over all the time, the animation's rotten, the AI systems falls down. It's a wonderful game. It's a cult classic that people absolutely love. Before I left TCR, we were working on Bloodlines 2. Bloodlines 1 is another game like this. Bloodlines 1 is just got, it's so many problems in the game, but people love it because the dream of the game, the experience of the game, the buy-in from players, the emotional connection to the game is wonderful. So that is what really matters. Obviously, you want to ship a game that's not full of bugs and is wonderful and has beautiful animation, blah, 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 blah. But fundamentally, the games that really, really fly are the ones that capture something that players respond to on an emotional level and love on an emotional level. That's not about a spreadsheet, and that's not about a GDD. That can come down to things as simple as the run cycle on the character animation just feels really, really nice, and it brings you into the world. One of my favorite things in games ever is in Doom 2. And in Doom 2, they introduced the world's first-person shooter double-barreled shotgun. And it reloads like a Winchester rifle. So every time you fire both barrels at once, because you can't fire 1 barrel, you just fire 2 barrels, your character does this animation where they whip the shotgun around their arm with this massive meaty ka-chunk. They reload it again. And every single time you do that, you feel amazing. Not the shooting, not the action of shooting, the reload animation makes you feel great. Games happen in translation. What comes out at the other end of it? What's the dream that the player buys into? What's the action that they say, I want to do this. I love these characters. I want to spend time with them. I love this world. I want to be in this world. Those things are enabled by those technical systems, but they are not the same thing as those technical systems. Get the people that are going to be providing that dream involved from the word go if you can. We all talk about multidisciplinary strike teams. Those strike teams should exist from prototype onwards if you can possibly manage it. In the same way that I say this as a designer and a writer, unless you are a designer and a writer, nobody is going to read what you write on Confluence. It's not going to happen. Get over it. Getting an animator and an audio designer to help you sell that dream to the rest of the team is a big, big win, and people can see it and read it a lot more. So make sure you're always focusing on what happens at the far end of this. What happens when someone sits down in front of a screen with a controller in their hand? What's the emotional response they're going to have to this? How are they going to buy into the dream you're trying to sell them? Because that is fundamentally what you're in the business of doing. Okay, I'm going a little slowly here. Never forget the law of escalating consequence. Everybody forgets the law of escalating consequence. That is the biggest truth. There's a guy called Douglas Hofstadter, who's a wonderful kind of cognitive scientist and psychologist who had this Hofstadter's law. Hofstadter's law is everything takes longer than you expect it to, even when you take into account Hofstadter's law, which is one of those brilliant philosophical recursive kind of ideas. Whenever you add something to a game, you're not adding it, you're adding a multiplier. If you put a feature in a game, you're not adding +1 feature, you're timesing the amount of work that is required to finish that game by a multiplier. And that multiplier increases the further through the development arc you are. So if you add a feature in like 1 week after pre-production, your multiplier may be ×2, ×3 amount of work by the time it goes in. If you add that new feature right on top of alpha, your multiplier might be ×10, ×12. The amount of work is exponentially greater because every single thing you add has to work with every single thing in combination with every other possible thing in that network that already exists in the game. It sounds simplistic, but it's extraordinary how many times this gets overlooked when people come in and say, we're just going to drop another feature in here. And again, particularly, you can see code teams at this point start weeping as they realize that actually it's not just that. It means we now have to go and not only test every single metric in the game with every single character, with every single mechanic, every single gun, every single possible bullet trajectory, all of the physics, everything else, all of that stuff's got to be tested for every single thing that already exists in there. And it is phenomenally common how much this gets forgotten, and it probably screws more games in late production than anything else, and it cannot be said enough. A slightly more personal one, don't underestimate attachment. We talk a lot about killing your darlings, and we tend to talk a lot about killing your darlings in terms of you have to learn how to do that for yourself. You have to be able to kill your darlings. What we don't say as much is that unless you're a junior, a chunk of your job is going to be killing other people's darlings, and that's a whole other ball game. Because that's when we're getting into really understanding why people make games and the fact that we've got human beings making these games at the end of it. And this is one of those places where that clash between the sort of tech industry models and the media industry models really start to come unraveled. It's really hard. I think one of the things which I've really, really learned is that if you don't appreciate that some people's sense of attachment is greater than other people's sense of attachment, and if you're not able to mediate the ways in which you kill their darlings, you're not only going to cause problems and ripples within your design team, you're also committing quite a grave moral, ethical kind of like sin of starting to tear people's self-esteem down, tear their sense of dignity down. You might get very used to the idea that you can kill your darlings. It doesn't mean to say that everyone you work with finds it as easy. And I've really seen this in terms of up close hand. I've had a designer that I used to work with who wanted to do something with a set of game systems. I knew it wasn't going to work, but I'd had a head full of, you must empower people. Really important to empower people. Let them explore. Let them make this stuff. So I was like, no, I'm going to be a good boss. I'm going to be a good manager. I'm going to say, you go off and you explore this and you find it. I'm empowering you to do this, thinking they'll come round to the fact after a week or so that this isn't going to work. They didn't come round to it. What they did is get more and more and more and more invested in it. So it was more and more and more painful for me later down the line to say, I know you think it's going to work. I'm pulling rank. We're taking this out of the game. And I felt like a total heel. And it was really, really bad for their self-esteem. And I was a really, really bad boss when I did it. So balance the talk of things like empowerment, of creativity, of everyone's got a voice, with the fact that there is also a level of expertise in there. And you may be asking someone, through basically giving them that sort of space of going, you will discover yourself, you may also possibly giving them the rope to hang themselves as well. And you have a responsibility for that as much as you have for empowering their creativity, which may sound like a very sort of like, I don't know, not a very popular thing to say in terms of sort of current wins, but I really, really believe it's where we have to really sort of engage with this tough stuff of going, it's not as simple as just giving people the space to run and run and run. If you are their manager or their boss, you have a responsibility to make sure they're not heading for a cliff edge at the same time and to learn ways of gently guiding them away from that if they are. Gates. Who has put a game through alpha that didn't deserve to go through alpha going, it'll be all right, we'll figure it out before beta? No one's done that. Wow, you're good in Liverpool. I've never worked with a studio or people that haven't done that. Gates are really, really important and very, very unpopular. So for me, alpha, for example, means there is no significant question left to be asked of this game. From this point onwards, we're just ticking boxes until we ship it. And if that's not true, the game has not passed alpha. Because what you don't want to be doing between alpha and beta is having anything unknown coming in. Because fundamentally, alpha is the point where you're supposed to go, we are confident that at point X, this game can ship. And we should be able to clear that out. It's amazing how often this gets basically overdone. It's a similar thing with prototyping. Do you really, really know what prototyping means? Do you know when you're ready to cross to production? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because what I've really, really found over the years is that I thought everyone agreed what alpha was and what prototyping was and what beta was, and then discovered that actually that's not true at all. And there's quite a diversity of opinion of what these things do. Subtly, but it's still there. And then it can cause you all sorts of problems. If part of the team or people think they've gone through these gates, other people don't. If you're not going to be absolutely transparent up front about exactly what these gates mean, and you're not going to hold the team and yourselves to them, just don't bother. It's a waste of time. Alpha's really, really stressful getting ready for alpha. Beta's really stressful getting used to it. If they're not honest, you're creating all that stress, and basically you're doing it for nothing, because actually you're not properly assessing where the game is, and you're building up problems for later on down the line. So yeah, it feels like it's not something that needs to be said, but again, I might just be a really bad studio head, but it's something which I've kind of like come across quite a lot. Okay, right, into the final straight. Don't make someone else's game, they've already done that, unless your business model is making someone else's game, because actually your business model is to make money by basically making other people's games. That is completely all right. I'm not making a value judgment on that. If that's what you set out to do, go for it. If that's not what you set out to do, don't do it. The real underlying point here is about being honest with yourselves and your teams of what your business aspirations are in terms of making games. Particularly if you're working with younger staff or staff that are newer to the industry, there's a whole lot of this passion coming in, we're going to do all this sort of stuff, and game companies go, come in, it'll be brilliant, you'll get to make all the decisions, you'll be super, super creative, all this sort of stuff. And actually, they're not going to be doing those things. They're going to be kind of correcting stuff or doing stuff, and they're going to fundamentally be sort of making the same game as someone else has made with a little bit to it. That is all absolutely fine, but it can be very, very, very demoralizing for people that come into it, because they're coming in thinking, I'm going to make this, and actually they're making that. And I used to find a lot with sort of, again, early career staff that came through us, like the graduates, and you'd have them for a year and they'd move on somewhere else, and they'd say things like, I'm going to go and work for Studio X because I love game Y. And you could see all the sort of old hands in the industry in the room just put their head in their hands and go, don't work for them. Don't work for them. For God's sake, don't work for that studio. They're really toxic. Yes, it's a good game. I love playing that game. You'd literally have to drag me kicking and screaming into that studio to work for it. There is a difference between the games you love and the games you love to make. And this kind of like relates to that point really of going, fundamentally, people are in the industry for different reasons, and studios are in the industry for different reasons. If there is a discrepancy between what people think they're doing and how they think they're doing it and what they're actually doing and how they're actually being asked to do with it, you're creating a tension, you're creating stress, you're creating all those things that lead to stuff like problems with self-esteem and sort of like mental health issues and all that sort of stuff with the team, and it's just not fair. But that starts with you kind of knowing fundamentally what it is you're doing and being honest about that. And like I said, there's no sort of value judgment about whichever direction you go in as a studio. I don't care. I don't really have any skin in that particular game. But I think what it is really important is to be really, really honest about that. And I suppose the other thing I wanted to sort of say about this is when I started off as a mod developer and then as an indie. And I had this big thing in my head. It was back in 2012. It was the indie explosion. It was like Journey and Edith Finch and all that sort of stuff and Fairs. And it was all like, we're hyper passionate. We're the hyper passionate edge of game development where it's passion. We're indie developers. We don't sleep and we do this stuff because we love games more than anyone else. And it was all crap, basically. But it was kind of a very, very big sort of spin that came out of it. And I kind of carried a lot of this with me of going, the best games are made by people that are really, really, really passionate about making games. And then when we started expanding, when we went to Sumo, I hired someone who really didn't care about the studio at all and didn't care about the game we were making at all and was just doing it for the paycheck, but damn, they were good at their job. And I had to sit there and go, oh, maybe it isn't. Maybe people can be very effective but have completely different mindsets and aspirations to the ones that you have and still be really good at their jobs and be brilliant, brilliant team members. So understanding that sort of diversity approach is really, really important as well. Different personalities, different people make different games for different reasons. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. You have to be aware of that as a business leader and being a better manager. I think one of the ways in which that also kind of comes in is really, really important, I'm running out of time, is one of the traps that is very, very difficult to manage, manage and navigate is when you're splitting a studio between work for hire and original IP. And, it's the big dream. You do a lot of work for hire, you build up your capital, and you use that and you invest that in your original IP. And that's going to be your breakout from work for hire to original IP studio. Really tried and trusted model, really beautiful. One of the things that's not talked about is how difficult it is to manage if you're splitting your teams, because if you're doing original IP, you need to put your absolutely very best people on that original IP. Which means anyone who's not working on that original IP is being told that they're not your very best people, almost by default. And there's a real issue with self-esteem, competition amongst the team, fragmentation, and that sort of stuff that can arise from that. So again, going back to that why question, the assumptions we make about how we do business, just take a moment, sit back, think about the why of that, and think about some of the consequences that can come out of it that might not be as obvious. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Are we going to do it? Okay. rules are meant to be broken sort of some of the time. Yeah, that is. So you will fall over because there is no answer for this, really, actually. I kind of would really love, I've been talking about this for a little while, I think there should be this kind of like amnesty box where all of the wonderful mechanics that have been put into the world in really quite poor games or games that failed and so are never used again, even though they're brilliant mechanics, should sit. And we should all have access to it as designers where we can go, that's cool, why has no one ever done that before? And I suppose in a way it's knowing your history. One of the things I think is really, really important is when you say, why has no one done this? And sometimes the answer is, because no one's done it, because like jump in BioShock, everyone just went, well, that's what you do, so we just do that because that's what you do. And sometimes it's because it never works, and about 15 studios a year try it and all abandon it after 2 weeks. Understanding the difference between those things is one of the real fundamental secrets to innovation. Understanding, is something a bad idea or is it a good idea that has historically not been done very well? Anyone that disagrees with that, please go out and play the 2006 shooter Prey by Human Head Studios, which is the, before it got reinvented as the kind of like a Dishonored sort of thing, where it is packed full of unbelievably cool mechanics. They were using portals before Portal, where you could fire a bullet through a portal and hit someone at 90 degrees from the other side of the room. They had zero gravity shootouts where somebody was at 90 degrees to someone else. They were playing with radical scale. Amazing, brilliant, wonderful first-person shooter mechanics that were probably years, 5, 6 years ahead of their time, all wrapped up in a very sluggish, not very good shooter. So no, I did it again. I thought I could make my entire career stealing ideas from that game. So being aware of those things, of going, play a lot of games, go back, go through that history, find out, is it because it was a game that didn't fly, or is it because it was a bad idea? When we made Dear Esther, we got a lot of stuff about people going, you're breaking the games industry, you're throwing it all out the window, you're breaking all these rules, which is a real surprise to me, because what I thought we were doing was taking all those amazing quiet bits in all the first-person shooters that I love, when the feedback loop just dropped away a little bit, and you got this upswell of emotion and atmosphere as a result, and the absolute, I think, kind of high watermark of this is Dead Space 2 and the Return to the Ishimura, where nothing happens for about 40 minutes, and it's terrifying and wonderful. That's all we thought we were doing, just taking one little bit of a game and going, what if we just did this? But apparently, because it was seen as something that was not done, it was interpreted in a certain way. But all we were doing was just stealing other people's mechanics, repackaging them, and seeing what happened if we'd move the dial just a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. But that came from, without wanting to sound arrogant, I have quite an exhaustive knowledge of first-person shooters because I'm quite a troubled individual, and I kind of knew what those things were. I knew my design history, and I knew that we probably could get away with that because it had been done in enough pieces. It wasn't a bad idea. It was an idea that hadn't been explored properly. Okay, 1.5 minutes left. Right, this is, I suppose, 15 years. I came out of the games industry in the summer, spent 15 years in the games industry. I've been a modder, I've been an indie, I've run a company with 120 people in it. And I think I have not always got this right by a long means, but I think it's fundamentally the most important thing I've learned as a manager and leader in the games industry, which is it is not just the games you make, it's how you make them. Games are made by and rely fundamentally on human beings making games. And there will always be another game. Games succeed, games fail, games come, games go. There is always another game, there is always another studio, there is always something else hitting steam. What there isn't is another you. And we all know, we talk about the sort of situations with burnout and everything else that's in the industry, but it really can't be said enough, I don't think. And one of the things that's been really great about the last few days of doing this is how much of that sort of like this upswell of this sort of feeling there is back in the games industry again, particularly in the light of the fact that despite there being vast chunks of money flowing around the games industry, despite profits being up, despite a lot of things still going brilliantly, 20 to 25% of the global workforce has been shit canned. And that is a failure as an industry, because fundamentally, what are we doing if we're not actually coming at this as human beings, working with other human beings that we work with? I think trying to find a way of navigating, of saying, how can we as a body of humans who do this job find ways to say, this job should serve us, this industry should serve us, these structures should serve us. I genuinely believe that some of this stuff, either doing it or trying to influence it towards it being done more, or straight out demanding it of your managers and bosses, of saying, We need to do these kinds of things to make it run better. And none of this is revolutionary. All of this is stuff that I've heard from lots of other developers over the last few days, over the last 15 years as well. We all know this. This is kind of 101 stuff. It's remarkable how little of it gets implemented with the pressure of going, but we've just got to get the game out. We've just got to get another 2 points on our Metacritic. We've just got to. And actually our fundamental kind of thinking should be, we've just got to look after ourselves and the people that we love, that we work with, because those are the people that are going to make the next game and the next game and the next game, not a system, not a spreadsheet, not anything else. So that's sort of where I wanted to end up, really, I suppose, with going 15 years later. I've got a lot of friends in the industry, some of whom have been very, very damaged by the industry, and some of whom have absolutely flown in the industry, and kind of navigating that emotional space and that space of respect and dignity and diversity is where we should all fundamentally be applying ourselves. I genuinely believe that's how we make better games. I genuinely believe that our diversity program is not an add-on, it's how we make better games. I genuinely believe that studio culture is not something which gets thrown in the bin when times get tight financially because it's an add-on and it's not something we should be doing. And I absolutely believe that if you can walk out of work at the end of the day and say, I made the people that I work with just a little bit happier, and the work I did today added just one more tiny grain of sand to the pile that is contributing to the total sum of human happiness in the world, I genuinely believe that's a day well spent. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. That was amazing. So, as you can see, I've had a little costume change. I've been asked to model this. Colin will explain why in a second. I think I suit pink quite well, though. I quite like it. So, thank you, everyone, for staying on, and thank you for attending. Thank you to Colin and the fantastic team that has travelled with him, and the speakers that have travelled with him from Newcastle, Manchester, Liverpool. It's been a fantastic evening. It's been an absolute privilege to host tonight as well. I'm really grateful once again for Jamie putting my name forward. And yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah.
Hello again. That is indeed almost all we have time for. I've got a couple of things to say, however, but just a quick story from last night. We were in Manchester last night. Dan delivered a brilliant talk last night in Manchester. And afterwards, we're chatting with everyone, you know, just as everyone's milling around and we're packing up. And someone comes up to me and says, "Thank you so much." I'm like, "Oh, it's okay. You're welcome. It's good fun. I'm a massive fan." I'm like, "Oh, good, good. Ever since I first played Dear Esther." And I'm like, "No, I think you want the other middle-aged bald white guy? Sorry." We definitely still have a diversity problem in this industry, unfortunately. But if I'm going to get mixed up with anyone, it should be Dan Pinchbeck. Usually at these things, we try and do a bit of a raffle and raise some money for a good cause. We've not been able to get that arranged this time. However, we always want to support a good cause. So if we can play a little video for one of the causes that we're wanting to help raise a bit of awareness tonight.
Creates incredible worlds in which a huge number of vulnerable people find refuge. Safe in Our World's goal is to provide support, raise awareness, and change attitudes towards mental health issues in the real world, not only for the benefit of players, but also for those within our industry. In one country alone, nearly a third of those who work within the games industry live with anxiety, depression, or both. That's why Safe in Our World is calling on the global video games industry to level up mental health. Together, we can make fundamental changes to workplace culture and offer safety, support, and understanding to all employees who face challenges to the well-being of their mental health. To make this a reality, we're asking the global video games industry to take 3 simple steps. 1. Commit to taking measures to roll out a company-wide mental health support system within the next 12 months. 2. Join Safe in Our World as a partner and pledge to support mental health within the industry. 3. help our efforts to make sure that our teams and those who play our games know where they can find support. To help companies understand the benefits of an active approach to mental health management and to assist in taking the right steps to achieve our goals, we are launching a mental health toolkit. Developed in collaboration with various healthcare experts and tailored for the games industry, it clearly and comprehensively highlights the skills and methods that will destigmatize mental health issues and create a supportive workplace culture. We're also proud to be able to offer approved mental health training courses that can be attended in person or viewed online. As my friend would say, it's time to talk. It's time to level up mental health. Visit safeinourworld.org and join today.
It's a great organization. If any of us can get involved from an individual level or from your organization point of view, please do get in touch and check out safeinourworld.org for more information. Like I said, we weren't able to do a raffle tonight. However, we have these, as Marek modeled, we have these very fetching hoodies, especially for tonight. Games Talks Live, Newcastle, Manchester, Liverpool, June 2024, featuring all our sponsors on the back. And I thought, let's see if we can auction one off. We've auctioned one off the last couple of nights. We've raised a few quid for a good cause. This one is an extra large, but equally, I think two out of the three we've auctioned the last couple of nights, people have said, actually, we're not going to wear it. We're going to pin it up on the office wall or something like that. So I want to see, can we raise another couple of quid for Safe in Our World tonight? So, would anyone give me £20? £20 at the front straight away. Thank you very much. 15 or 50? 50. That ups the stakes quite a bit. Wow. Okay, £50 to Safe in Our World. Thank you so much. Obviously, I'm duty bound to try and raise even more for them. Would anyone go to 55? 55? Really? Brilliant. Thank you very much. Would anyone go to 60? £60. I should have printed dozens of these. £60 for Safe in Our World. Would anyone go to 65? 65. Thank you. Yeah, round of applause for that. Would anyone go to 70? 65 pounds. 70? 70 pounds. Thank you. £70. Would anyone go to 75? 75 pounds. Thank you. Would anyone go to 80? 75. Are you going to 80? Going to 80 pounds. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. 80 pounds. This is amazing. 80 pounds. Would anyone go to 85? 90. Wow. £90. Would anyone go to 95? I say anyone, I'm only going between two people here. £100. £100. Oh, amazing. We now have a few of them have gone for £70. This is a record. Liverpool's a way nicer place. £100. Would anyone go any higher? Would anyone go to 110? 110. $110. Going once. Going twice. £110. Thank you so much. You can sort that out, but that's an amazing, generous donation. Thank you very, very much. That is proper amazing. Thank you. I would like to thank our speakers that we've had today. We've had such an amazing selection of speakers. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to remember them all, but we've had Stuart from the BFI, we've had Josh from Secret Mode, we've had Lauren from Square Enix, we've had Jay from Ping, although he didn't let me win the racing game, so I was a little bit annoyed. We have had, who else have we had? Tony from Ant Workshop, Nick from Badger Hammer, and Simran from Format, and of course Dr. Dan Pinchbeck. They've all been absolutely amazing. Please give them one other round of applause. And once again, these events just aren't possible without the support of the sponsors. There's a bunch of sponsors have helped tonight. However, the principal one is Invest Liverpool. So thank you so much to them and to Helen. Thank you. But just to thank everyone, Red Rover, No More Robots, Pocket-Sized Hands, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerelo, Fallen Planet Studios, Johnson Carmichael and Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Thank you all. They've all been fantastic and have made tonight possible. Thank you very much. Big round for them all, please. Dan kindly already thanked them. Jenny, my wife, has been checking everyone in and done a great job, so thank you to Jenny. Lucy is our engineer, is kind of hidden by the engineering box, but thank you, Lucy. And Marek, you were an amazing host. Thank you so, so much for doing this. There's, of course, other events, so please do check out the next Liverpool Game Dev Network. One of the websites Helen mentioned, the liverpoolgameshub.com website, is something, when I think about the Scottish games industry, we would love to have something like that for the Scottish industry. So do check it out and make sure that everyone knows about it that might benefit from it. That's pretty much it tonight. There's no rush in terms of drinking up. The bar's going to still be open, so feel free to mingle around. And it'd be nice to chat to you before we have to start packing this whole shop and get it on the road. I hope it's been fun. I think we've had a bunch of amazing talks. There's been some great networking going on. I've seen, and I think I've hopefully helped make a couple of new connections. And most of all, we've all managed to survive the Prince of Persia style pit of death as you walk to the toilet. I'm sure I saw big, massive 2-foot spikes at the bottom of that pit, but thankfully I think we've all survived. Thank you very much for coming tonight, and hopefully we can do this again. Thank you. Good night.